Hello, I am the Ronan. What the hell was, did everybody hear that? Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream. Here, on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. It's like everything just fell apart all at once. It's like a kind of a thing. Hello, Evisifor? Hello, EVZ. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, Hardcore Porn Live. I guess that's what it looks really good. Doesn't that look good? Isn't that really nice, well put together? How you guys doing? Mill Grips, yo, hello and good night. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm starting this one up kind of late. I mean, it's not late on the East Coast, but it's late if you're on the other side of the pond. If you've hopped across the pond, then yeah, sorry, mate. Time to turn in for the eve and go out to the pub, have a drink, innit? Yeah, which mate? No, sorry. On the Europe side, yeah. And I do try to start these things up between 2 and 4, but I'll tell you what, I've just been a bit, well, busy doing some very interesting and very cool things. So I showed you in a recent live stream that I had bought 2 what are called audio exciters, not speakers, but audio exciters, because it's exciting. And audio exciters, being slightly different from speakers, attached to an object, and then they cause the object they're attached to vibrate, which vibrates the surrounding air and creates the sound, as opposed to speakers having their own cone, and that's what they vibrate. This was based off of a video that I watched, like $30 for the world's best speakers kind of thing. And, so I showed you that kit. I had the 2 audio exciters. I had purchased the control board, the main board for a 100-watt amplifier for $11. The audio exciters were $10 and change each, and I wired them up. I wired them up 2 days ago, and wouldn't you know it, they worked. I wired them up with, I needed a power supply, and I had a 19.5 volt by 2.3 amp, like, laptop power supply, and I just cut the end off and used that because 19 volt was what was recommended, somewhere around there. Anywhere from 12 to 24, 19 in the butter zone. And, wired it all up, and they friggin' worked. And I recorded the process of doing it. Not well, because it was my first time doing it, so I wasn't going to try and get all the camera angles and everything. But I've got footage of it. I may edit it together into a video showing that, how it was done, and put it at youtube.com/RonanPawn, who's to say. But they are currently hanging in my living room. And by hanging, I mean hanging, because what was done is I took the audio exciters and I attached them to the back of 2 by 2 foot by 2 foot acoustic ceiling panel tiles. The kind that you put in a drop ceiling, as was recommended by the fellow who did the video that I watched and copied. Except for he did it with 2 by 4 foot, and that's probably would have been better. These audio exciters, I had no idea they were going to be as powerful as they are. They are powerful. They can drive a lot of weight. But 2 by 2 foot, and I actually have them in the corners of the room, angled. They're hanging from the ceiling, angled, and there's nails at the corners to hold them. It's really cool. It was several hours just trying to figure out, like, the acoustics of the room, what I could do with the speakers to make them sound good. They didn't sound good at all when they were flat against the wall hanging. They need some space behind them. Most speakers need some space behind them. But yeah, once they were hung like that, they sound great for the 40-some bucks that I've got invested into this home theater audio system. It's good. I'm very happy, and so I look forward to showing you that. But the other thing, and hello, the Light Guy 89 and Smith Mantis. I'm looking for some hardcore porn. Well, you're gonna get some after I just jaw for a bit. We're letting people show up as being in the live stream. And Pika Pup, good evening. And KSP JT, how you doing? Seems like it's been a while. 5 months with the subscription. Thank you so much, KSP JT. Were you here at the last one, or? Because there was a lot of people. There was a lot of people. I was very happy with the numbers when I looked back after that live stream. Yeah, I yesterday had friends out. For kind of a double date, I'm seeing somebody. So we had a double date at my house, and we prepared like a friggin' 5-course meal. It was brilliant. It was the perfect night. We played Cards Against Humanity, but man, so I made a salad. Jalapeno poppers, which, I'm not just, let's just call her Ms. Pawn. You guys were actually calling her Pawnette. It's Pawnette. But she made jalapeno poppers. She did and then I prepped. I was the prep guy. I was the sous chef most of the time. Then we did a big tray of macaroni and cheese with a recipe that I'd never used for macaroni and cheese. Came out great. It was her recipe. She found the recipe. And then we did a whole chicken, and I'm a vegetarian-ish. But, so I had some chicken. It was good. And course number 5, I made dessert. I made Texas Yum Yum. It's called Texas Yum Yum by Brutal Moose anyway, which was the video where I first saw it. Chocolate instant jello, and then a layer of cream cheese that you just sugared up a little bit, get it soft, beat it around, and then I put a little bit of liquid in there to help it get softer. And then vanilla. So chocolate instant pudding, cream cheese, vanilla instant pudding, and then like frozen whipped topping, the just cool whippy kind of shit that you throw on top. On a graham cracker crust. Oh, it's good. And it's smooth, it's mellow, it's mild. Jell-O isn't like sugar. So with that, several layers, and then the cream cheese with the sugar in the middle, and then it's good. It was good. I felt so good, like making a meal for or sous chefing for most of it, but we together made a meal for 4 people, and it was a glorious meal. It was the kind of meal that you see your parents and your uncles and your aunts, they're coming out tomorrow, yeah, we gotta da-da-da-da, and that's kind of what we did for several hours when they were coming together, and it was fun. Paul and KSP, yes, I was here for the first. Okay. I don't know. There was a lot going on, and I was trying to not get people killed, and I was successful, which was odd. Pika Pup, your live streams are a delight to watch and making my lockdown much more bearable. Since no barbers are open, I am now getting the pawn look hair going on. Did you order it from China? I mean, this is real. What are you talking about? Holy cow, it's been a while since the last KSP stream I've seen from you. How'd you been? Hello, Hexanax. Well, this is the second of recent KSP streams. There we go. And I've been doing great. I've been having fun building speakers, having double dates with making meals, and my lights are flickering, so you're gonna see me kind of like that a little bit sometimes, apparently. It's happening for whatever reason. This light's flickering today. It's no big deal. It's fine. Hey, and Quadrupus with a subscription, 8 months on a 4-month streak. Yo, indeed. I got a thing for that. I got a Pride Lion. That's a cat with a blue mane. It's not a pride, like a Pride Lion, you could do pink and blue. Twitch doesn't know how to do emotes. That's, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's part of their plan. They don't do emotes well, and that's why you have to subscribe to the Rodent Pawn to get yourself some quality emotes that somebody actually cared about when they made them, because Jesus Christ, the things that they come up with at Twitch. Maybe I'm for it, because it just makes me money, I guess. But maybe in the larger version, there's something more to see there. But like, it's their system; they're designing for it. Do you think maybe you should design in a scale that can be seen? Okay. Did Kerbal Space Program just crash as it was opening there? It seems to have done that. I clicked on it at just the wrong moment. Don't click on it right when it's opening up, people. There's apparently, all right, it's Kerbal. This is what we do. This is saw that screen at the moon, thought I was too late. Nope, we have not gotten started yet. Today will be almost certainly, if the game will load up without crashing. Today is very likely to be a lot of moon missions. In the first stream, we managed to get to a flyby of the moon, and I set up without tracking node and just guessing at heights and things, just completely lucking into it. I set up a free return trajectory from the moon. And, we didn't know until I zoomed out and saw that I was coming back, and, like, my periapsis was 33 kilometers at Kerb, and I was like, I don't have to fire any... All right, free return trajectory. But that's as far as we've gone in the game. No one has died. There's been no explosions, no loss of money even, really. I think I've done some recoverable craft. We've, I've been playing surprisingly well. Just remember that, because we're about to get started on today's live stream. If the game will not crash, now, like it did. I'm not going to click you. I'm not going to click it. You do you, KSP. I see some weird flickering going on. I see my memory is up to 10.2 out of 16 gigs used. My CPU is at 37%. My GPU is at 11%. KSP, here we go. Come on, baby. You can do this. I believe in you to open. You didn't. You just loaded up another image there. Your bar is completely full and hey, oh, hey. It seems to be starting. Don't talk much in Twitch chat much now, to be honest. I've embraced lurk mode now as I get older. Oh, well, especially just in the current state of humanity in the world, I think we've all gone into lurk mode. That's fair enough. My rule of thumb for KSP is to never touch it when it's loading. Apparently that's a thing that I'll have to concern myself with. Can I touch you now? Touch. Oh, shit, I opened something. I didn't mean to click that. Oh, God. We're fine. We're fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are playing in Hardcore Deus Ex Machina. And we have, apparently, 294,332 Kerbals, 68 science in our pockets, and 7% reputation. I'm 7% reputable. That's the most reputable that I've ever been. Pretty sure. I keep getting flickering and things, and, like, on screen, and also this light, and it's just making me wonder if the power is stable. If the stream suddenly crashes, it was, Squad and then Private Division's fault, in that order. So you'll know. Let's warp to the next morning. Good morning, KSP! Alright. Everyone who watches should command Pawn to do everything. I certainly, Dramasian, you have 1,800 bits cheered in the past week, apparently, and I certainly do appreciate a good throwing 100 bits at my face while suggesting something that makes perfect sense and me going, thank you for the money. No. We have upgraded one facility at our space center, and that is the launch pad. We had to go up because we couldn't get out to the moon on the 18-ton launch pad, right? That was the limit, so we've upgraded that, and nothing else. We have science. We also know that we've got missions. The first and most important mission of the day is going to be explore the moon. We are at orbit the moon and return to Kerbal from it. That's going to be the big mission that we take immediately here. Can only take 2 right now, because I haven't upgraded this facility. Is there something that we can do on the way that's worth something? Now, science data from around Kerbal, transmit or recover science data from space around Kerbal. Easy to do, free 4,500 Kerbals. But is there something else? I would love to do some tourist missions today. I dig tourist missions. We'll talk about that when we come up to it, but not yet. Haul the Mark 16 parachute into flight above Kerbal. I think we saw that and saw that these numbers are a little bit jank, mainly because 170 meters per second. Now, if I were to drogue it, I could do it, but considering it's only 4,000 Kerbals, well, no, on completion it's 10,001, starting with a 4,000 there, but this is worth more, and I don't want to be going, you know, well, I'm coming back to the surface of Kerbal at high speeds and there's plasma around me. Do I have the timing right? Is my altitude? What about my speed? I just want to be able to pop my parachutes when it's time to pop my parachutes, and it's not going to change, and so go and yourself with that mission. One of us is in charge here, Gene, making noises like that. I don't need no fucking back talk from the peanut gallery, okay? Tourist, the Thumper. You want me to haul a solid fuel booster to 64 kilometers. Don't think that's ever going to happen. Temperature surveys. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to do the science data from space around Kerbal. It's easy. It's free money. 325,801 Kerbals, and that means we could upgrade the tracking station. But let's wait, because then we wouldn't have enough money to launch the damn ship, probably. In R&D, what do I need to be able to make it out to the moon to orbit, or what would be helpful? I know that I want to do tourist missions, and by the way, I'm going to do this. I'm going to, when we're on the screen, I'm going to drop the overlay so that, you know, you can see the friggin' game over here. Maybe I figure out a different overlay for KSP. But the crew cabin, is something that I'm going to want because I'd love to do that for the higher profit tourist missions where you can shove 2 of them in that little pod and yank them up there. Other bits are, you know, it'd be nice to have struts, but I don't think we really need them yet. It's kind of unnecessary. Aviation for building planes is something that we'll do, but probably not today. The re-entry module, it does seat 2, so that could be good for carrying tourists to space, but they would need a probe.
Dean says try to do multiple missions at once so you make more money. Ha ha.
Thank you for the 100 bits. No. I am, Gene. I'm going to do multiple missions, but I'm only going to do 2, and I'm not going to try and do crazy shit. And the other part of that is, you know, if I did stick 2 in here and they need a probe, I think I can put a probe on top of that, but the only probe that we're going to have immediately is the Probodyne Stayputnik, which does not have reaction wheels and can't do SAS, and there's a whole bunch of limitations on that. Do you have reaction wheels? Because you're a bigger one, you still don't have any reaction wheels. Okay, so that's, yeah. So basically, but you do get the little small inline reaction wheel thing, which is helpful. It doesn't give you that much control. It's only torque of 5, and then, like, the torque that's in the starter pod is a torque of what? On the reaction wheels. I must have scrolled. Oh, it's 5. Okay. So we could actually put that together, huh? We could. But that's not, we're not buying for tourism right now, Pong. You need to be focusing on going to the moon. Now, you don't need radiators, but it would be nice to carry some science and the experiment storage unit. Help Kerbonauts bring their science back while avoiding the hazards of re-entry, rough landings, and Jeb's piloting skills. So that would be, I don't know how that's used exactly, but that would be nice. Also, having additional electricity would be nice. And, you know, we could haul up a Science Junior, or at least try. They're kind of hard to haul up and then come back with. But so let's not do that. We know we're not doing that, so it's down to these 2. And this being fins and that stuff, we're definitely taking the science. Unless, what's the next tier cost? 90. We're definitely taking basic science, is what we want for the next moon mission here. Every time I look at that ocean, I think that there's grease on my screen. Doesn't it look nice when you get closer? I mean, the color palette, just generally, of this game is kind of just, you know, doesn't need to look this dirty, but it's what they went for, so I guess that's what we're doing. It's fine. It's fine, and its scatterer makes it, like, I wish it wasn't quite as dense at close. It's fine, though. It's definitely fine. So are we all set? Are we going to just, like, build for the moon and go? Is there something else I need to do here? What's going on? Huh? Who's in charge? Let's start by looking at the last craft that we built, on the last stream, which was the secret moon mission, and this got us to orbit of the moon. And also, let me put the overlay back up, because I don't need to hide it anymore. So this got us to a flyby of the moon. We need to orbit the moon this time. We found that with this stage, because there's just, it's there? Yes, and then if you just didn't, because that's a fuel tank. Well, where the hell's the engine? Was that the engine? That must have been the engine, so if I grab it from here, with this engine and this amount of fuel in space, I think there's like 1700 delta V. It made the transfer to the moon all by itself and had some left for deorbit. Had like 200 to 300 delta V left to deorbit.
The storage unit can be clicked on and it will harvest all the science from there. Experiments, so you don't have to have a Kerbal do it. Great for creating a ship where you only want to bring back the science and not all the equipment.
Cool. Cool. That's probably what we'll try and do on this mission then. So if that were the case, I would need more fuel in that upper stage, but we've got the weight. Parts count is going to be the big thing here. 28 of 30. See, now, if I just took this ship and launched it right now, we could probably get in orbit of the moon as it is. We had 200 to 300 delta V when we got to the moon. Let's have a look at the delta V map and find out what we actually need. So, presuming that we got to the moon with 200 to 300, we need 300 to do orbit. So I would have to tack a little bit more fuel on. But that's really the only change, and you know, the difference here is going to come down to if I want to try and drag up that science bay, and considering that this is hard mode, I might just do the safe thing and not. So you're a small fuel tank? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're a small fuel tank. So if I take you off and replaced you with this. Okay, still 28 parts. If I get the... can you see that? Just under chat there, you can see it's 528 meters per second, but that is going to be showing us it at sea level. In vacuum, that's going to be 2,141 meters per second. We have 2,000 meters per second of delta V. Well, no. So we expect that to be in space by the time we kick it off. 2,100 delta V just from the tip ship. The tip ship. But to come up, we now have 1,588 meters per second plus 748, which is 2,300 meters per second, which would get us into space. This flies perfectly. This flies very well. Questions being, what about the TWR? The TWR of the stage after the solid rocket boosters, kind of shite at 1.36, but we could still make it. We'd have speed from these boosters, and 1.3, we'd generate speed at a reasonable... That's fine, actually. I think we can do that. That wouldn't be that difficult. Apollo 8... I don't know what's happening in this game. I'm confused, says X-Lazy Wizard YouTube. It's the extra special lazy wizard YouTube. XS? Extra small lazy wizard YouTube. Very thin. I used to buy those t-shirts myself. Then things happened. Started to fill in around the love handle area, and now no longer buying the XS shirts. It's just I need the mediums. I've won. How goes the space raves? Is Redoctor Hivom. Red Rhino VN. It's you know, it's going. It's good. This ship would fly there. This will get us to the moon if I just fly it instead of trying to shove more things into it. What have we got here? We've still got the thermometer, the barometer, and the U. We unlocked the sciencey majigger, the experiment storage unit. How is that meant to be? What are you supposed to do with the experiment storage unit? Because I can see that. But, like, it's square. It's where is that supposed to be put? You know? Is it a radially attach? It will radially attach. Am I supposed to, like, put it in here on its side? Because I could do that. I mean, but do I need to? What's the point? I've got all the... I don't really need it right now. You don't really need it right now, Pawn. I think we don't fuck with something that we know is working good. This is our warm-up mission of the day. Everything should hold together. Let's just... I always put it under the parachutes as X and X, like I did with the clown hat kind of thing. I'm always late to these, says Nobody. Well, we haven't flown anything yet, Nobody 1707, and all I've done is made slight modification to our moon flyby ship to turn it into a moon orbital ship, and that's... I'm just gonna... Oh, wait.
It's a dealer choice. Roll the die and see what happens.
Yeah. The secret to Nobody 1707. Because it's the public moon mission. Dealer's choice, roll that die and see what happens. I think we'll be fine-ish. I don't remember who flew the last mission. I'm going to assume it was Jeb. And it looks like it was, so that means that Valentina would be up. Let's see if she can't get herself become a level 1 pilot on this mission. That said, let me just double check my staging. We're going to fire off the solid rocket boosters, and then we're going to drop the solid rocket boosters, switch over to the liquid fuel in the second stage, right? You'd call this the first stage, this is the second stage, even though it says 4 and then 3. First stage, second stage, fire up that. It's only going to have 1.36 TWR. I think it only had like 1.4 or 1.45 before anyway, so it should be fine. And then we get to space on this one, we drop that lower stage, we switch over to the smaller engine, which is going to have over 2,000 delta V in it in space. and then we break that off, pop out our parachutes, and come home. We don't actually need these drogues. I could get parts back, and I could get weight back. Oh, you're tempting me. Oh, but you're tempting me. It's like, Science Junior, how much do you cost? 0.2 tons to drag up. It's hard to re-enter atmosphere and keep this thing alive, has been my experience with it. But if I were to shove you under there, I could still have the drogues, too. I could have the drogues and just have this shoved under there. Give me the drogue chutes. Because they're nice. They're absolutely... They make me feel safer when I'm using them. There's probably one on either side. One on either side? Oh my god, that's so extravagant. And what we could actually do is break those off so that the drogues are in their own stage, which is what I've just done behind chat, because I've laid this out so well. Yeah. You don't need the extra parachutes at merely Mooner return speeds. The normal chute is fine. Yeah, I don't need them, but they did make me feel more comfortable. We're fine on weight. How do we do with TWR after that in atmosphere? 1.72 lifting off the pad, I'm fine with that. 1.34 in the liquid fuel stage. When we get to vacuum, dragging that around, we'll still have over 2,000 meters per second in delta V. This will do this. The only question is, can I come down? And if I happen to be landing on land, when I come down, will I be able to land on the ablator? What's the impact tolerance of the ablator if I don't, jettison it? The ablator is going to be under, where's the fire? The impact tolerance of the ablator is 9 meters per second. With all those chutes, I should be able to land on the ablator and not die. The other thing that I can do also is, if I open these... they actually work pretty well as if you start tipping over, you could, it'll tip over, but it'll land on those, and then it doesn't explode and you don't die. So I think this could work. I think this could work for the public moon mission. We're gonna go for it. Have your drugs and eat them too. Do you have the ability to EVA?
Would you call it a perfect ship like any great leader would?
It's a perfect ship. It is a perfect ship. It was the most excellent ship. We had a perfect ship. It was just a perfect ship. It was a perfect ship. It was yes, no, I wouldn't. No, because I am concerned about that. Yeah, I don't have the ability to EVA. I haven't unlocked that yet. So I can't get out and, collect it and then get back in. I could put the science collection majigger that we just unlocked in here, and then put this in the stage below. What if I did that for safety's sake? Does that... I think you're going well out of your way. I think you'd be fine with everything that you just checked there. But, for safety's sake, if that's all that comes back, and then underneath that is the science bay, and then you go in there, I have one part that I can put on here, and there's only one part that's needed. There's only one part that's needed, and I think I could actually squeeze all this stuff in here. If I... Oh, right, it doesn't really attach, does it? Well, then just Control-Z, reopen, and then we'll shift it around. We'll drag you over here, and then we'll rotate you. If I put that to one side, and then I went and got the science, the experiment, storage unitard, and it's just one of them, and I would want you, on the inside, you stupid thing. I'll just put you there. And then offset you. Are you meant to fit inside of this thing? I don't understand where this is meant to be used. It's in the wrong shape, really, to be attached to the ship at the top. It's a square-looking majigger. And then... Okay. I've got an idea. There's my idea. That's fine. We'll just do it. We'll bring it home. I already checked it. I don't trust this shit. And I really, what is that meant to be? It's square, not cylindrical, which means, where are you supposed to store that? It doesn't fit in here. Well, I mean, you can wedge it in there, but it doesn't... Who designed that part and for what fucking purpose? You can hold Alt to attach to surfaces. Oh, thank you for saying that, because it should really just attach to surfaces in this thing, because that's the whole fucking point of the thing. But thank you, because I will, that will help. I would presume it's for attaching to rovers. Oh, good. So they're unlocking parts for things that you won't unlock until later. It is and has always been a poorly designed game. Hello, Hologram 1, by the way. Pawn not being able to fit. It's... Alright, we don't need to fuck around, just triple checking because I pulled some things off, put it back on, I don't trust the game. So, solid rocket to liquid fuel stage, drop the thing, and then up here we drop that, and we switch to the second liquid fuel stage, then bada bing, bada boom, and then when we come home, don't need the drogues, gonna have the drogues anyway, I'm gonna have them on their own stage so they can slow us down before we pop the big parachute. I can have them out earlier, it'll be fine, it'll be lovely, it'll be grand. Valentina, you still in the cockpit? You are? Let's go. Put it on the pad. Put it on the pad. You know? How long? We've been here for a half an hour. We haven't launched a ship. It doesn't take NASA more than a half an hour to build a ship that's worthy of going to the moon. Does it? Probably not, right? They just slap the things together. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's good. Oh, how lovely that is. Yep. Loving that. All right. Oh, I could have taken quite a bit of a blader off of there, too. Well, it's too late now. Turn the SAS on. Throttle to full. I've got the things up that I want. I've got the things up that I want. With the SLS, it has taken over 10 years, and it is still not done. So we're beating NASA on the... really, I jawed on and on for 12 minutes. So building a ship in about 15 to 20 minutes, it's good? It's good then? It's the difference between NASA and SpaceX. I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to make any jokes there because I feel like both of them have their pros and cons. If SpaceX blows up its rockets before it puts people... Oh, God. But Tish. Alright, so it's SAS on, throttle to full. Is there something that I'm missing? What? I feel like...
Pawn?
Oh, we're missing Houston. Houston, could you give us a countdown?
No, I refuse.
You mean you refuse, Houston? This is your job, this is what you're paid for, this is what you trained all those years in college to count backwards from 3, 4... What do you mean you refuse?
Well, I was not invited to your dinner last night, and I heard it was a 5-course meal, and that you served some really nice coffee, and, I'm just personally hurt. I'm not gonna have anything to do with you.
It was a double date, Houston.
Well, I could have brought, I don't know, Valentina or something.
Are you dating Val?
No, she wouldn't have anything to do with me, but your girl can eat. If there were food involved, she would have come.
You can't... No, it's just because we're eating doesn't mean you're invited, okay? If you had a girlfriend... I don't want to, be on the hook for doing that later, Houston, actually. I'm not going to invite you to my private meals.
Houston, your limo has arrived.
Houston, your limo has arrived.
Oh, has it? Oh, good. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Thank you, I needed an out there. Oh, okay, yes, it was a little bit tilted in one direction. So, SRBs, let's just get it going in the better... There we go. More in this direction as you go up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alright, now it should be fine, right? We have a very low thrust-to-weight ratio here, but that's good. We don't want to be making a ridiculous amount of speed in the low atmosphere, and we certainly aren't. Certainly aren't doing that. 200 meters per second at 2,500 kilometers, so this is good. This is actually a good, smooth, steady burn where we're not pressing against dense atmospheres we're coming up and wasting our fuel trying to... You see we're breaking the sound barrier right about now. 320 meters per second, and switching to the liquid fuel, and it is enough to keep us going. It's actually a little bit... I would rather very slowly come up. We only made it to about 7.75 kilometers, or 7.5 kilometers. On our way up there, whoa, don't get that far outside the ball before you're over 10K, Pawn. Who's that? Knocking at my door. Germasian, by the way, thank you for the cheer. That was Quadrupus, giving a gift sub to Rip the Jar. QR, thank you, Quadrupus. 13 kilometers, I want to pull down the ball a bit more. We want to be in space by the time we get to the bottom of this liquid fuel, and incidentally, there's the science that we could collect right now. It's going to be chirping at us the whole way. Ooh. No. Don't worry about it. It's going to be chirping at us the whole way because we've got the materials study there. We've got the Science Junior on, and we've never done that science before. But how am I doing on my periapps? Let's go to the purple tick down here. I switch it out. We can see the apoapse next to me. 40 kilometers. I needed to turn down a lot more a lot earlier, but I do want to make sure that we end up in space with this one. We have liquid fuel for friggin' days right now, too. Just 700 meters per second. We can actually start, what are we at? We're 52 kilometers on the apoapse. I'm going to turn way down the ball. I'm going to try and hold there, and I'm going to go to full thrust and start making some speed here at 35 kilometers. Up to 60k on the apoapse, and I'm just going to burn full lateral at this point and see how much I can push our trajectory out, round it around Kerbal as we climb. Because that'll be the most, a burn where you just keep burning is the most efficient burn. 68 kilometers, 69, 70, and I'm going to go to 71 and a half or so. That'll be fine. And yeah, we're good. Very good come up, and we are not out of liquid fuel in this stage yet. That's perfect. I'm flying so well. Those boosters looked like they were attached in three-sided symmetry. We talked about this one. Three-sided kills Kerbals. Quad symmetry. Suppose I could have. We would have had better TWR, wouldn't we? No, it's build it in three-sided symmetry. You'll teach me, I'll mislead you. I don't remember the words to my Pokemon. I don't. Elon Musk is jealous of this, but it's very efficient, is the thing. Let's fizz warp our way up to the apoapse at 4 times, and then as we approach it, I'm going to fire a little bit early on this because I know that I'm going to have to drop this stage once we get going. So we'll get there, boom, boom, start firing it, burn all that out, and when the fuel is gone, goodbye, stage! Alright, so apoapse is now, yes, oh, I did that very well. Holding the apoapse out in front of me is the goal now as our periapsis comes up. If I twist a little bit, you can see it down there as it comes up from underneath the surface of Kerbal. It is completely buried in the planet as of now, but it will get there. And I want to hold that apoapse just a little bit in front of me, or like right along with me, so as I need to, I will just nose up a little bit toward the blue, a little bit toward the sky, nose down to keep it near me, and then as we start getting closer and closer to it, as it starts to, react more and more violently, I'll just pull the throttle back so that I can control it and just keep it where I want it, so as to not waste fuel. The amount of fuel that I would waste if I just, threw it together and made it happen really quick here would be just insignificant and wouldn't matter at all. But, it's the difference between whether or not you're awesome or you just, okay, 74. Or you get a not quite if you get an ovular circularization, you get an ovularization. That's the experts do it that way. So yeah, is there something we can do and then reset and be able to do again? Because I see that atmospheric pressure scan, but I'd have to be able to get out to do it, and I can't, so I shan't. Pawn. What? You need... Well, wait a second. How are we doing on, electricity? 48 of 55. If I had a crew report. If I were to have a crew report. Because we need to collect science while in space around Kerbal. That's one of our missions. Right? Science data from space around Kerbal. If I collected a crew report and transmitted it. Doesn't have to be new science, right? It's just you gotta do something, yeah? I think what are you gonna do, Pawn? I'm gonna take the atmospheric pressure scan here. God damn it. Take it now. Take the atmospheric pressure scan here. So, atmospheric pressure scan while in space near Kerbal. The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. Recovery, 7.2 science. That's what we'll do. We'll do that, and I'll collect more science. Crew reports we'll get from out there. I don't know. I could overwrite it but we've got the contract, almost done. We just have to bring it home entirely. Transmit. That's what I was going to do with the crew report, but I'm worried about the electricity. I'm worried about whether or not it will even count after I spend the electricity. I mean, we'll get it back by burning the engine, but I don't want to... This is where I screw up. I start thinking, no, I know the game. And nobody knows this game. Even when you know the game, you can't trust it for shit. Okay, Val, we're not paying for that attitude. What's she doing? What are you doing down there, huh? Alright, as long as you keep your clothes on, I'm... whatever. So, we're gonna F5 from here. Just because, you know, not because we're playing hard mode. I'm not supposed to quick revert. And I won't until I do. No, I won't, you know, unless the game breaks, is the premise. Or I just get really frustrated, and then I'm like, oh, fuck it. Fuck this goddamn game. So we know that day is coming. Turn the SAS off as you get back on your prograde.
You can click on parts that use power and put them into hibernation mode.
Well, I think as long as we've got a pilot, they won't use power unless I'm using them anyway. But I don't want to overreach, and that sounds like, you know, doing that would be me starting to overreach. So, we're here, the moon is there, I still need to come around quite a bit, and then we're just gonna burn for it blind, because tracking station. I could upgrade the tracking station right now. Wouldn't it be great to... I want to upgrade the tracking station right now. That would mean that if this mission fails, that's basically the end of our space program. We don't have enough money for this mission to fail if I upgrade the tracking station. Let's upgrade the tracking station. So back to the Space Center. Do it! I'm going to. Add a little bit of extra, you know, stress to my fun spacing adventure. Do we even have the money to buy it as it stands right now? Because we only had 320 something, and we're down to 303. We will literally, after upgrading the space station, I will have 3,624 Kerbans to my name. I have to complete this mission just to have enough money to launch another ship. Here we go. It's upgraded. It's upgraded, which means now patched conics are visible in the map, and I don't know, something. But now I can do things that are better than I could before. The engine he is using doesn't generate power. Are you sure? See, that's the kind of shit. That's the kind of shit that, oh, I think it'd be fine, and then I do it, and then I'm like, fucked. You know? That's exactly the kind of thing that happens to me. When did they remove the power generation from the Poodle? I haven't played in a while. It isn't the Poodle, is it? Is it the Poodle? It's the Terrier. It's the Terrier liquid fuel engine. The Poodle is the bigger version of the Terrier. But this is the 1.5 meter. I don't know. But so now that I've done that, we could actually make a maneuver node. We can't, okay, so I can't make maneuver nodes yet. Not allowed to, can't make, so that comes in the next upgrade, I guess. But it will show me where I'm going when I'm going where I'm going while I'm going there, once I'm there. So, let's just wrap around the planet a little bit more. That's fine. I don't need you to tell me where it is. I just want to... Where's the friggin' moon? Where is the... Stop, because I've lost the moon. Shit. Alright, I passed the moon. We're not going to the moon on this wrap round. Electric charge, don't. I missed the... Have to upgrade both mission control and the tracking station for maneuver nodes. Okay. That's fine, though. What I really wanted was just the patch conic so that I'll be able to see when I'm encountering the moon, and then I can do all of these maneuvers by eye. Because, you know, I'm just that good. So, let's get on our prograde. Let's try and pull it a little bit toward the equator, and fire for the moon, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed to the moon. We have 1,200 meters per second of delta V is what we're starting this maneuver with. According to my delta V map, that should be enough. Probably. I haven't looked at it. No, it was 800. It's like 800 and something, right? So we need 800 or something to get there, and then we need 300 to circularize it, and then we do also have to come home. Boy, I really thought this was going to be... This better be enough for let's see. Explosion time. It's not explosion time. Follow your prograde. Don't waste any of that fuel. Not waste any of that fuel. Apoaps. What I want here is I want the highest, you know, moon encounter that I can get, the easiest to exit from orbit. So, So, my periaps with the moon will be that looks really weird. Is this how this is supposed to read? That looks really weird. So when it gets here, we'll be grabbed, we'll be 2.1 million away from it, we will circularize it, and then we'll come home. That's the plan. It should be fine, or not. Or not. I'm F5ing a couple of times just to cover that. How are we doing on the electric charge? 45.67. Let's go. Let's head to the place with the stuff in the guys. Ah. So, it can be so pretty. What do you have to say about things? Crew report? No, we're going to the... We got a crew report at the moon. What's this crew report? Well, in space high over Kerbal. It's very round. I'll take it. I'm pretty sure we already got the crew report at the moon. On the last one. Yes. Lowest moon encounter would be more efficient. To circularize at the nearest to the moon when I'm going as fast as I'm possibly going to be at the moon would be more efficient? Is that true? Is that true? Because I have to circularize it, and then I have to break free and come home. Those are all of the steps there. So by staying high over the moon, I don't have to spend as much delta V to get the circularization, and then I haven't changed my velocity that much, so then when I break out of it, which will also be relatively low cost, then I can, you know, go back to Kerbal cheaply, is my thought. But, is it? Is that... If I get really, really close to it as I'm approaching it, then I've got high speed. I don't know about that. I don't know about a lot of things, really, when you get right down to it. How close are we to actually being in the sphere of influence of the moon? We're getting there. We're getting there. So, apps. Ah! Okay, we've lost the moon encounter on the conics here. Why have I lost the moon encounter? Shit, don't tell me that I'm actually not going to have the moon encounter. This was the whole point of upgrading the thing, was so that I could do a maneuver that put me really, really close, but I wasn't there. We never got it. And now it's dropped the very thing that I was doing. Wait, are we out of communications range? Is that what the red bar is for? It's telling me? Alright, we're still under time warp, I guess. Open this up. I brought an antenna. Not a good antenna. But if I extend the antenna, that helps a lot. Alright, so... Still nothing. Still doesn't tell me anything. Cool. Hey Pawn, how are you, says Sai? Well, I'm fucking this mission up. We had an encounter, and I used a tracking station, and apparently it was wrong. I didn't see us move into the moon's sphere of influence. It could still catch us as it passes up here, but now it's not saying that it will, which is fucking annoying me, and I've got 450 meters per second, which is enough if it will just catch the moon like it said it would. If I would have been eyeballing this, I would have gone deeper than that. I trusted the game, and it lied to me. That's my problem here. So the thing is, I could burn now toward the sky and have a big waste of, like, fuel and efficiency to try and push out and be up here and still get grabbed by the moon's SOI. And fuck it, let's see how quickly it burns. And also, let's take a moment before I do that. If I burn straight at the sky, it'll hold me up there a little bit longer.
Just keep going. A couple of orbits is nothing in the life of a Kerbal.
That's true. We could just wait until it hits the moon like it said it was going to, the lying shit sack of a game. 860 to get out. We only need 310 to circularize and a lot less to come back. So we're good. I would be willing to burn down to remaining 420 meters per second, but we don't have that much to spend if that's true. Because we've only got 450. I've got 30 meters per second of Delta V to burn. Third month in the Big Dick Club. This is Sai. Thank you, Sai, for the subscription. Pushing us up to, is that going to be 177? Have we rolled over since the last sub? Thank you guys for your subscriptions and for the support. Burn on the normal to twist the orbit back at Kerbal. Way more efficient. Why would I twist it back? Why do I care about Kerbal? I'm trying to get to the moon. I don't know if you've noticed or not. I'm trying to get to the moon. I could just burn forward from the, well, you go down to the periaps, burn it out a little bit more, and then, oh, so you're saying, like, come back, and then try and move my orbit this way. Yeah, I'm gonna do this instead. The apoapsis is actually falling as I do that, but I am rotating it currently. That's 430. I said I'd be willing to do 410. So my retrograde is in that direction. If I were burning like that, that would be slowing me down. I gotta be worried about my periaps too. I'm gonna lead this a little bit. I'm just raising the periaps. God damn it, Kerbal. 410 is what we've got left in the tanks. So, because Kerbal Space Pro...
F5, then go for Minmus.
It's cheaper to get to Minmus. Fucking... it just lied to me because the shit still doesn't work in 1.9 in terms of the SOI, it's close. I didn't even need to do that, did I? I didn't even need to do any of that. I was gonna hit it, it just disappeared for, you know, the equivalent of like 3 or 4 hours where we don't know what's gonna happen, and then I'm back into it because the fucking math doesn't... Oh, this game I love. Anyway, we now go to the periaps and circularize with 410 meters per second, knowing that it will cost us 300 meters per second to do a circularization. Let's see how much it actually costs us, presuming we weren't lied to yet again by the game. But we have been caught by the moon's SOI here. Kerbal. With your kerbling that you like to do. This is just the game. This is just the game, everybody. So, up to the periapsis of the Mun. F5 from here. And now I'm going to get on my retrograde. SAS off. Don't have any RAS, or RCS. There we go. Okay. Okay. At my periaps, my Mooner periaps, we're on our retrograde, and now we burn.
You're rusty, give it some time to get your feet back under you.
Yeah, it's my fault, not the game's. But you're right, like, it is part of this, playing this game is just, like, recognizing that it's going to lie to you, is basically the thing. Alright, you're gonna need to do this, like, a lot, Pawn, so do it a lot. Do it a lot, and I'm curious what the periaps looks like as you're doing this. I have a moon pass right now, so, there we go. There we go. We're down to 270 meters per second. We started with 410, right? Started with 410. So how much did I actually need to get this circularization of the moon? A lot less than the Delta V map says. Delta V map said 310, and we went from 410 to 222. So 190 or 210. It's one of those two. It was not 300. So we're fine, basically. F5 me here. F5 me here, thank you. Thank you very much. What am I supposed to do once I'm out here? We'll just be here, orbit the moon, and then I have to come back. Right. But while we're here, we've got science to collect. Haven't we, though, boys? Haven't we? Oh, what a ugly place to have to do this from, too. It's fine. It's fine. SAS off, and then SAS on. There we go. I think they were measuring Delta V at a particular circularization height. It's just crap is what it is. Thomas Fan 66, hello. I think you pressed C. C? Okay, so we're gonna pop the materials bay. First time that we've had one of these anywhere in the game, and we're doing it over the moon for 30 science. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. It looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with it. It's Marie Curie is not. You don't want to do that. You didn't learn anything. I also brought all of this other scientific equipment up here, but we've already done this kind of a thing. So, yeah. Yeah, what data did I collect in the atmosphere? Okay. So that was really the only thing that we're going to get back from that. And then on the way back, we can pop some goo and take a thermometer reading, apparently. But there's not even like a good crew report to be taken here because we've already been here, already done this. So let's now break our orbit of the moon. How am I doing on electricity? 40. We're fine. We're going to be fine. I could do all of the maneuvers up here that I want. I could do twists, spins, tumbles, ballerina moves. We'd be okay. I think it means lower moon orbit, not any moon orbit. No, it's good. We've, it says up here, orbit the moon, and we've got a check there. So we have orbited the moon, and now we just need to return to Kerbal from orbit of the moon to actually complete the contract. So, I'm on my prograde now. I'm going to, well... because if I go up to my app-waps... and then blow out the peri... No, we're down by our peri-apps. Go ahead and do it, Pawn. It's fine. You got tons of Delta V. So we'll blow out the app-waps until we're now leaving the moon's SOI, and then it can project for me where I'm going to be when I come back in, and that's a fair bit away from everything, but I can't do maneuver nodes, and we'll be fine. Or not, F5. Or not, F5. It's fine. If I would have come around to the front side of the moon and then blown it out, then we would have been exited. We would have been slowing our velocity as we went. But, you know, I just remembered that, so it doesn't really matter. That's what I'm saying. Ooh, so we've got a mystery goo observation from here that we apparently haven't taken. And this will be worth the most that we could possibly get out of it. Goo feels right at home here. Okay, I will take that for 9 science, I guess. And temperature scan. In space high over Kerbal, measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible. We have read this text before. Get a new line! Or maybe I'm taking the same science that we've taken before. I don't know. But we're fine. We'll be coming up on our app-waps, and we can drop our peri-apps down to a return height of, let's say, 30... Well, we're probably going to have a lot of fuel in the tank, so we could actually dive hard and then slow ourselves in the atmosphere if we wanted to, like we did last time. But yeah, I'm rusty, I'm just getting my feet back. That's a normal pawn. You don't want any of that stuff. You don't want any triangles, angry or otherwise. That's my retrograde. Put me there. SAS back on. Find the center of that ball. And go ahead and burn. And we watch our peri-apps drop down, drop down, drop down, drop down. Along with our fuel dropping down. Fuel dropping. Not a lot of fuel. Running out of fuel here. Pretty sure I just ran out of... That's all of my fuel. And that is a little bit too low of a re-entry. We'll be fine. We brought drogues. We'll be fine. 28k. Wow. That was... I needed all of that because of the way that I exited the moon. It should have left from the front face of the moon, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Or the things that you said where I come in at the moon low and then I do a thing and then I get to orbit that way and then when I leave I'd have a free return. I don't know. At least you're not stuck. I'm not stuck. I may burn alive. On re-entry, but I'm definitely not stuck. Quick save. Quick save. It's time to, like, close up, batten the hatches, that sort of a thing. We're going to, bring the antenna in. Retract. We're going to lock you down. Can I close the front of this? Close the doors. I don't think it matters, but, you know, it looks more like this makes the slightest bit of sense. And we're going home. We're going home, everybody. Could push it better with her jetpack? Absolutely could, Jaspers. I've done that so many times that I hope to never have to do it again. I don't want to... The number of hours that I have spent with a Kerbal pushing on the butt end of a rocket to try and acquire a return trajectory to Kerbal, it really shouldn't exceed 0, and it's double digits for me. I'm done with that. That part of my life is over, I would like to believe, anyway. SAS off, and we are out of... Yeah, we are out of everything here. So let's just drop you on the retrograde. I will SAS myself so that I am facing into my retrograde as we go down, and then I will turn SAS off and let the atmosphere just pull me from here, and hope that everything works out okay. What do you do? No. F2. No, that's not the... Why are you... Right? that will happen. That will happen. I'm gonna need that parachute. Going to need that parachute. Okay, you want to get on your. That's why you don't want to bring. What did I say at the beginning of this mission? You do not bring along the Science Junior because of reasons. I need you. I need you. I need you to hold your retrograde. No, see, now that's just gonna burn the parachute off. Is what that's gonna do. Hold your retrograde, Valentina. I am working hard on your behalf. No, that is the opposite of the direction that, no, don't gimbal lock on me. There you go. No, now, come on. You can't face in one direction for too long if you're gonna avoid the plasma heating. Come on. No! Fuck. Well, at least that's gonna be okay, that part of it. That's pretty good. Valentina Kerman is dead. And it's hardcore mode, so she stays dead. She stays dead. Fucking love.
Do.
So much for that mission. This pisses me off about this game. It absolutely pisses me off about this game. You know? She died as she lived, not knowing which way was up. This is what pisses me off about this game, because, like, the Science Junior is so big that you can't really bring it home, and, like, why can't I bring it home, you know? Like, so the command pod is 0.84. Let's pull up the ship that we just flew and killed the Kerbal in. Okay, and I'm pretty sure it makes perfect sense in physics world, which is all great and well for physics world, but what the fuck are your players, like, supposed to do? New players in particular, in dealing with this shit. Because you can't keep the butt into the wind when you've got it built like this, and this is the, like, most sort of obvious way to build this craft. I've got the... Wait. I've got the weight of the ablator. Where's the center of mass on this thing? Center of mass. Center of mass is actually pretty much... It's pretty damn close to dead middle there. Pretty close to dead middle on this craft, and yet it just flipped over and wanted to go down head first, even with, you know... It just annoys the fucking shit out of me, because, like, regardless of whether or not it makes sense in the physics world, which I'm not sure that it does, but regardless of whether or not this design doesn't make sense coming down, the fact that it doesn't work makes this game so much less approachable for anyone who hasn't already put 1,100 hours into the game. Like, a new player comes, they unlock this kit, and then they try to send it up and bring it down, and there is no configuration of these parts in a game that is all about doing science, where you can actually get a fucking re-entry where you bring this stuff back, and you're encouraged through all of the interfaces to bring it back. You get more for bringing it back, and it's not even explained to you in the game that you can right-click and remove, and also, you know, you don't have EVA open and stuff, and so, like, this being the most obvious build for science and return, and it not working, is just glowing evidence of KSP's being a poorly designed game, as it always has been, and will remain until KSP 2. We will see what they do with KSP 2. It's meant to be hard, says Thomas Fan 66. It's... And the community doesn't help either. You know, the Kerbal fanboy community of, but it's... My argument stands. It is a poorly designed game. It may be an accurate simulator, but it is a poorly designed game. Do you have to return the Science Junior or just the science? If you can return just the science, that's fine, and you can rip the science out of there. I can't do that right now because I haven't unlocked the ability for my astronauts to get out of the pod. We did get a part, which they implemented, that, like, makes that a better idea. This is good. This was, like, their way, potentially, of seeing everything that I'm talking about and answering it like, yes, we don't, that is correct. We cannot, you can't bring this home. Players are, trying to bring it home, and people are upset because it's like, this doesn't work. It's not aerodynamic. Every return mission fails when you try and do this. And so they gave us this part, which is the storage unit that can collect the science from anywhere on the ship and just put it in there. And then, because Kerbal Space Program has always been a poorly designed game, there is no way that this looks like it should be on the ship. There is no place at which this unit looks as though it should be somewhere on this ship. And also, putting it up there changes the center of mass, and I'm not sure if it would be okay to come down like that either. And it probably is, because earlier someone was saying that's how I always do it in terms of returning it. But, like, you built a part that solved an issue, and it's square. It doesn't look like it would be aerodynamic to just shove it on the nose there. It's also this size instead of something else. It doesn't quite fit in here in a way that is pleasing to the eye. I could just fucking shove it in there. Again, this all comes back to exactly what I'm saying. Kerbal Space Program is and has always been a poorly designed game. This is a lack of design. What are you supposed to do with this part? Where does it go? Does it look like it should go there? It unlocks at this tier while you've got all these other tiers unlocked. How is it meant to be used in relation to the things that I've just unlocked around it? I don't know, because we didn't design it. We didn't design the fucking game. We just threw things together and you know, called it a simulator, and we've got a fan community that will just, you know, throw their bodies on the grenades of sanity. The game's basically only balanced around creative mode, which is to say there is no balancing because you can do anything at any time. You're correct. You're correct. It's a good sandbox game, just not a great progression game. Right, so there's no game design in the game end that they put in. They didn't have to. They chose to make a game.
KSP press representative at midnight on Kerb's Day, Valentina Kerbin was returning from a successful moon orbit when her craft was destroyed on re-entry. Preliminary investigation indicates Valentina was flying fine when an unknown force took control of the craft and poorly flew it till it burned up on re-entry. KSP will continue investigations, but Valentina Kerbin is dead.
That's no. I do not approve that message. And Houston, you need to like contact that representative and line their pockets as much as is needed. But we need, okay, so an unknown force took control of the craft and poorly flew it. No. An unknown force took control of the craft. Yes, just cut out the poorly flew it. So control of the craft until it burned up on re-entry. Maybe something that we suspect, large pink men, like the influence of some kind of alien race or some kind of possibly voodoo, something along those lines. We need just nothing about. No one was flying the craft when it happened. It was out of control. I only have 972 hours in KSP career mode, so don't ask me how to fix these problems, says Crispy Critter. How do you fix these problems, Crispy Critter? You don't, because they're baked in. They're designed into the game, by which I mean no one has designed the game, so this is what remains. And that's why we sat here for like a half an hour before launch. It was only 20 minutes. But that's why I kept like, what if I put this down here and then put that up here and then put this? And I was like, no, don't fuck with it. You figured it out. It's simple. But even in this interface where I am looking at the center of mass and stuff like that, I pull it off. I check out the center of mass. It's like, that looks like that should, you know, it'd be better if it were way down here, but it should be moderately controllable with reaction wheels and low weight, generally speaking. Yeah, and the way that the wind wants to hit it, the whole concept of this shape in terms of coming back is that the wind, like, it does that, and that holds you in the direction that you're going. You know, the atmosphere seizes around the bottom of it and stabilizes it on its return, but that's not what happens. It looks like it's possible. It is a poorly designed game. It's a poorly designed game, and I blame the lack of design for Valentina Kerbin's. We don't know that she's dead. She went out of Houston. Have them write it up like this. She went out of radio contact due to interference from plasma, and we have not been able to make contact with her. She is missing in action, and I don't know, something about sending out search craft or something. Do that, Houston.
Are we actually going to send out search craft?
No.
Right, okay, so just plan A then.
Yeah, plan A. Send out plan A. So that was our first mission of the day, everybody. We've been here for an hour to kill a Kerbal and not complete any of our contracts. It's going well. We're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. When we come back from it, we will carry on. We'll kill another Kerbal. We've got one more pilot here. You know, Valentina was spare, I guess. I would have much preferred that Jeb died, and Val came back. But, that's just not how it worked out. So now we've got Jeb. Fucking full head. He's egocentric. And, you know, it's my job. But yeah, we're going to take a 7-minute break. When we come back, we will do this mission correctly. Maybe we'll just throw the fucking Science Junior out and just not bother with the son of a bitch until we can, you know, throw it out in space confidently with a ship that is built in it. It's just, they unlock parts in such a sequence that it's like, well, obviously then you think that I could build something with this part if you're unlocking it now. No, we just thought it would make sense because of the name or something. And like in this tier, it's not because we're implying this is that you should play the game in a certain way. It's that we didn't design, what? No, I'm still talking here. 7-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. am not. That timer's broken. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream in our hardcore mode KSP series, where we just had our first death. Well, we were on the edge of bankruptcy, and I don't know if we have enough money left to continue playing the game. Shut up. So, yeah, it's not only the first death, but it's also a lack of money. But wait, 57,000 because I cleared part of the contract? Is that what's going on here? We've got 57k. Why do I have 57k? Is killing Kerbals this profitable? I had no idea. We orbited the moon. We can't just leave vessels in orbit of the moon forever. Those things are expensive. Return run to Kerbal. I guess we got some money for doing a portion of the contract? Is that what happened there? It's active contracts. Explore the moon. Completion 38,400. We could have killed Val earlier. I didn't. Why was I trying so hard? I was really trying to keep her alive, and there was no point to doing that. Okay. Okay, we can carry on. This isn't even hard. Jesus, I keep clicking that. This isn't even hard mode, you know? If I could just kill a Kerbal and still make 38,000 Kerbals? Shit. And a milestone bonus. Oh, it's a milestone bonus, too. Our first, so we're all... Should we crack open the champagne and then pour a little on the grave? What do we do here? It's very awkward. KSP press representative. Please ignore the previous statement by a former disgruntled employee. KSP would like to set the record straight. During a recent re-entry after a highly successful, pioneering, and innovative moon orbit mission, conceived, planned, and built by our great, wonderful, and sane leader, Donald Pawn. Contact was lost with pilot Valentina Kerman. While this was expected due to plasma interference, contact could not be reestablished. Search and rescue ops are in progress. That's exactly it. Thank you, Houston, for...
Sorry?
I just got the press report, and that's exactly what I wanted to be said.
Oh. No, yeah, I totally did that.
Did you just let Darth Angelus do that for you again?
No.
Alright, thanks, Houston, for nothing. Alright, so we just do the mission again, and, you know, let's kill Jeb, and I'll make another 50k, I don't know. You just wanted to make your initials DP. Alright, so Donkey Punch. Welcome to Donkey Punch's KSP. So here's how we fix this. Here's the solution to our problems. It's called the fuck it adjustment. I learned it from Danny on Game Grumps. So yeah, basically, fuck it. We don't need science on this mission. It's public moon mission. Morning. We'll launch in the morning. Just tell no one anything. The morning moon mission, ship number not 8 but 9. Alright, and I'm not gonna just do that. We do have to throw some things back on. We might as well take up the science that we can have on the outside of the ship, and we're gonna bring an antenna. I'm not that stupid. Well, I am. Not that stupid. I am not that so you... Where do you want this, Pawn? Where do you want it, baby? Wow, it keeps bouncing around. So I want it, like, there, and then bing, 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 and then... Actually, I think it's just bing. Like that. So that will be... 0.005 tons on that side. In fact, you'd want to do this the opposite direction because the weight will pull you down. It doesn't really matter, does it? Shh. Some people might think it matters. So you could be there, and then the science. I'm doing 3-sided symmetry just manually is the concept here. So then the thermometer can be over here. Well, but at the same height where I placed it, I believe that, yep, that the weight is determined by the click point. I don't know. And then one there. So there. I think it needs to be a little bit further around if you want it to, you know what? No, I can't cover the flag. That would just be wrong. You're over there. You can't, it's fine. It's perfect. It's just like we always wanted. So this one does it. This one's fine. Jab. You didn't see the last mission, did you? He was out drinking all night. He doesn't know anything. All right, don't tell Jeb a damn thing. Extra battery? We were okay. We were okay on the electricals. I'm fine with it. We will be making, electricity until we get to space, and then, yeah, we're fine. That was a completely successful mission, and then random forces, Krakens, possibly. We're still looking into it.
Will you go by the rule occlusion?
The rule occlusion, in terms of, like, the rule occlusion, like, where you can't transmit through a body. I mean, I don't have any special rules that I'm going to impose on myself beyond what the game imposes, which are, if I were flying a probe, then I can't control it if it's behind, and if the communication lines are occluded, that kind of a thing, if that's what you mean, Dramatian. But if there's a pilot in there, then I can do whatever the fuck I want whenever the fuck I want to. Build a space stick. Well, this one's... It's got one extra testicle, but it's pretty much what you described. Let me just double check this for the 9,000th time. So Delta V, we're altitude Delta V, 1,615, and 754 is 2,400 and some, 60 some. It's 2,450, let's say, 2,450 atmospheric, and then when we get to space and we're in vacuum, the upper stage it's 2,252 all on its own, which is a ridiculous amount to just be going to the moon with. Let's take off a fuel tank. Let's replace it with a smaller one.
You bury the parts inside other parts the cheap way.
Burying... No. I'm going to try and be realistic about this. That's why I didn't want to stick the science collection module, whatever it is, the experiment storage unit inside the cargo bay, because it didn't look like it fit, which, again, why would you have that part unlock at that time if it's not gonna fit? But it's fine. Yeah, we're good. We're good there, and then, so now the upper stage has 1,856 meters per second of Delta V all on its own, and we've reduced the weight, which means now we have in the lower stage, at altitude, we would have 2,500 Delta V going up, and then still a metric butt ton of Delta V once we're up there. 2,500 is almost to orbit, and then in vacuum from there 1,800. That's, let's say it takes us another, if it's 2,500 going up, and then by the Delta V map, 2,500 going up, we need another 900 to finish orbit. Really, 2,500 going up, and well, it's going to translate to more than that as you go out of the altitude, but 2,500 plus 900 actually does give us just 3,400 to orbit there for 900, and then of the 900 that we've spent, we'll still have just under 1,000 Delta V, which again by the map, is not enough to do an orbit of. Okay, you know what, Pawn? You already fucked this mission up once. You just go ahead and you put that excess of fuel back there, and you be happy that you've got an excess of fuel, friend. That's all you do there, is just don't beat the horse when it's already being buried. Actually, God save Valentina Kerbal. We'll just have a fair excessive whack of extra fuel, and the drogues aren't necessary, but we're bringing them, so they'll pop first, and then you drop that, and then ding, 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 ding. It all looks good. It's the morning moon mission. We are in morning, and we will launch in the morning. We'll launch whatever time it is. I can't be bothered, I was drinking up. It's morning for me. It's morning for someone somewhere. Let's see. What the F are you talking about? All I did was build flying penises and flew them into the moon. Well, I'm trying to fly it by the moon. We were just sneaking up on the moon. We don't want to just shove our penis into the moon. We don't know where she's been. Instead of doing the math for the first two stages in your head, could you just combine the stages to get the number, then fix staging after? I don't think so, Phoenix, because if I combine the stages, then it wouldn't be taking into account when I'm dropping the weight of the last stage and stuff like that. Yeah. 5,184. This is space Delta V then? Yeah, put me in altitude again. It says we got 2,900, but it's wrong. TWR 1.75, 1.38, that is fine. This ship should fly as good as the last one did, and better when it comes to time to re-enter. Make sure that we've got that stage to detach, and then we come down with that. It looks good to me. We're going. We're going. Launch at night, land on the sun. That would be hard to land. Do I have to land on the sun at night? What's night for the sun, exactly? There's got to be there's at least some point where the sun is dark, right? Maybe the dark side of the sun. Oh, God, with your wobble. You got 3 things to stand on that are perfectly symmetrically placed, for Christ's sake, with the wobble. And the wind is blowing in the opposite direction. Look at the flag. Lying sack of game. It's a game, though. So SAS on, throttle to full. We're fine here, right? Nobody sees anything in chat that they're willing to tell me about that's going to be a problem?
I see some problems.
All right, Houston, what problems do you see?
Well, the commander...
Okay, no, that's just the countdown, thank you.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Off and away. Into the wild blue yonder. I'm going to pull us back toward the east, since we started out with a bit of a... You know, we were hanging low and to the left. Talking about, a little bit of just going to try and stem that rotation that we're seeing there. A nice shot of Kerbal as we're going up. That'll be good. Abort! What?
Abort.
What about how? Do you have stage separators? Probably, I do. Report pawn time. Pawn time. Oh shit, we are going way too fast. I'm gonna be throttling down. I do want to keep making speed, because you don't want to have the atmosphere grabbing on you while you're not pushing on it. But I don't want to make too much more speed at these speeds. We were a lot higher this time than we were last time. We made a lot more speed. Okay, that's just clouds just disappeared. That's fine. 350 meters per second. I'm trying to bank down, but since I'm not putting a lot of pressure on the ship from my angle, is there a side that's in the sun? Thank you. I don't want to pull too hard. 16 kilometers now, 400 meters per second. We could be going a lot faster now, and we will. I'm going to throttle up a bit. Remember, we don't have a lot of TWR. That's thrust to weight ratio. That's, you know, the engine being able to make pushy-doos. Don't have a lot of that in this stage for the weight that we're carrying up. Apoap's is already at 36 kilometers, though. I definitely want to be turning down quite a bit more. I'm just, you know, I'm timid. I'm afraid. I don't want to topple this ship. I mean, I suppose Jeb does survive if we do. It's got parachutes. It's got an ablator. We're not that far gone yet. 48 kilometers on the Apoap's. Yeah, I want to turn a lot more down. And I want to be making most of this speed horizontally at this point. 54 kilometers on the Apoap's. Lower left-hand corner to you, just over my something shoulder. You know, one of those shoulders that I've got there. Okay, you do need to make it to space on this stage, though, so don't be so efficient that you don't make it to space. That's actually the opposite of efficiency there. Go ahead and fire up and burn hard. Make sure that we're getting to space with this Apoap's before we run out. 68 kilometers, 69.70, and 71.5 is about where I want to be on this. Jeb can hold his prograde. If I do, he will be using our electric charge, though, so I'll just turn SAS off and we will float up from here. F5. So lucky that they gave me money for killing... for those first time to orbit the moon. And I mean, she did. She was the first one to do it for us. That's, historically speaking. She's in the books, anyway. She will be remembered by the groundskeeping crew. So they pick up the chunks. All right. Hang on. Where are we? We're 64 kilometers. All right. Wait, you killed Val? No. She went out of radio contact, during her final descent in plasma, which was expected, but didn't, never came back into radio contact. It's entirely possible she's still alive out there, stranded on a desert island, and we just won't hear from her for 5 years. And since that is possible, I don't think we should worry about that much. There's not really. I'm going to go ahead and do the... No, you're not. Are you in space? Am I in space right now? I'm in space. I'm going to do the atmospheric pressure scan. Yep. Give me it. Because we needed space, we needed science from in space around Kerbal. I need you, Jeb, SAS on, find your friggin' prograde, and let's go. Okay, don't find your prograde. I will help. I will help, because you're losing the apoaps now, friend. We're losing the apoaps. We're gonna have to drop this stage momentarily. Good. Good, good, good. Let's hold that apoaps in front of us as we push the periaps up. We have 2,000. 2,000 meters per second at delta V. Right now, our periaps at negative 300K and coming up. Let's hold that apoaps near us as we continue the circularization. For orbit of Kerbal, is posting links fine? Depends on the link. Depends on the link. You know, ask a moderator what you want to post, I guess. Or if there's no moderators around, use your own judgment and, you know, just ask yourself, would what I'm about to post actually make Pawn give enough of a shit to, you know, do something about it? Because that's really the measurement. Would I stop playing the game and pay attention to chat for a moment because of what you're about to post is the question that keeps us all awake at night. 71.1 kilometers. We have an orbit of Kerbal, and we have 1,500 meters per second of delta V remaining. We need 800 and some to get out to the moon. We need another 250 is what we found to get the orbit, and then to return 300 or so. We should be okay, maybe. Probably. And Jeb can always get out and push, because I haven't done enough of that shit in my life, have I? So when I was going up the first time, though, it was recommended to me that instead of getting the highest orbit around the moon that I possibly could for an easy breaking of the orbit, that what I should do is go hard at the moon and get the lowest encounter for the moon that I could possibly get. And, you know, then get my circularization from there, and then I suppose the idea would be, what would the idea be there? Like, is that, we're talking about the Oberth effect? Is that what the Oberth effect is? You know, it's faster to make speed when you're making speed, or when you're speeding up, you can make more speed more easily. But is that like the Oberth effect? I'm not gonna fuck with it. We just ran the mission. It was relatively successful. I don't understand Oberth exactly. The concept of, because my idea would be at our periaps at the moon, we will be going the fastest that we have ever been going. If we go just past the periaps, then we will be slightly slowing down, but the fastest we've ever been going, and then we fire our retrograde in order to try and slow ourselves down, capture the moon, and then from that same thing, once we've captured the moon, we turn around, we blow it back out. You don't circularize, though. You leave the orbit elliptic. Right, not down to a circular, but we get the orbit, and we just pull it down to just barely captured, and then turn around, blow it back out, you know, clear the contract of having made an orbit, and then turn around, blow it back out, and then we leave on our prograde on the leading face of the moon, is the idea there. An eccentric orbit with a low spot works. You've got no worries. Okay. We'll see, because I don't trust the fucking game at all. We'll see. I'll start burning for it, and then I'll just decide on the fly. That's how NASA does it, right? That's how Elon does it. Just, you know, it's probably, I don't know, I'll figure it out when I get there, right? That's how science works. Spacing. Space science. Mm-hmm. So we'll just wait for the moon to be rising over the edge of Kerbal here. And then we'll have Jeb find his prograde for us, because that's a thing he can do. Thank you very much, Jeb. Got 47 EC, electric charge, in this battery. Don't have a lot of electric charge to play with, but it should be enough, more than enough, for this mission. And as we see the moon rise over the edge of Kerbal, which will happen now, we fire for the moon. We burn on our prograde. And watch as our apoaps climbs out in the direction of the moon. And yeah, I guess I will try. I will see. You know, I'm curious about that, because it means that I spend more delta V getting the lowest encounter I can get for the moon, and I can't do like maneuver nodes right now. But you're saying that I would save it overall.
It's like riding a bike, it will come back to you.
Yeah, rocket science. Just like riding a bike. Yeah, I believe you. Slow this down, and let's see what kind of orbits they start giving us the moon. In fact, could I switch to... Let's see if I set you as the target. Does that help at all? Okay. Now, yep. So if I burn a little bit more, I can get the periaps good and low, but don't hit the moon, would be the idea. This will be the closest we've ever been to the moon, too. Pretty neat. Should I really get really, really low? Like, really low? Like 12 kilometers? Because that's about as safe as you can be at the moon. Should it be really low? Any lower and you hit mountains. Okay. Yeah, it's 12 kilometers should be fine. We can make an adjustment when we get there. As low as you're comfortable with. All right, well, I'm not comfortable with anything, but we'll do this anyway, because that's the thing. We could actually try and adjust our, inclination at the moon as well, but that sounds like sciencing. I don't want to get too, you get addicted really quick. I'm going to quick save, and this time, hopefully, the game actually fucking does a thing. Like when we get out here, it doesn't do what it did last time. Be like, I forgot, what are we doing? And then it's back, and you have to just trust it's going to work out, and who would trust it? SAS off. I don't want you to burn an electric charge. You shouldn't be, but you might be. Alright, so time warp me. And let's head for the moon. So goodbye, Kerbal. We have more things we could do here, and honestly, crew report now, I don't know if we're going to get another chance to do a crew report. Low over the moon is going to be worth something, isn't it? I think it's going to be worth something to be low and not just in space around. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So come on out. We can watch from the pretty mode as we exit. Goodbye, Kerbal. Hello, moon. Now your capture burn will be less than 100 delta V. Same with the ejection burn. Okay. Wow. So I don't, someone's gonna have to explain O-Birth to me. Somebody just copy paste the entire Wikipedia page for O-Birth effect. I shouldn't say that because some of you would. But like a quick description of why that's working, what are you doing? Go, faster, don't cancel the warp. In space low over each biome. Oh, that's right, on the moon. So this is going to be worth a lot of science, actually. Should be worth a lot. We've never gotten this low and this close to the moon. And my mod should tell me when we start getting, when we can collect science that we haven't had before. How are we looking on map mode here? Okay, periaps of 12,000. It stayed at 12. Oh, shit. It doesn't matter. We're not going to be using it, but we should extend. I need to D-time warp. We should extend the antenna, because then these little bars up here will go green, and that's important. F5. That's important. So right now we have 664 delta V remaining. We've got science that we can collect. We have, so where the fuck did the moon go? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found the moon, everybody. It's here. Crew report, well in space near the moon. We're gonna be so close, we're gonna get, like, over biome stuff, aren't we? Maybe? Possibly? So let's get really, really close. Without blowing up, though. That's the other part. I didn't mention that before, but without blowing up is what I want to do. I'm gonna get like a different kind of science that we can collect on the moon's dark butthole side. Is that a thing? So at 13 kilometers, it's just in space near moon. And we're not gonna get any lower than that, so I guess I'm taking it. Take the crew report, temperature scan, in space near the moon, collected and recorded. Okay. And I guess that's all we're doing up here. I did take a barometer thing at Kerbal that is not worth as much science, obviously, but it helps us complete a contract that we have for science data from space around Kerbal. So once we return or transmit it, that will be enough. Astronautics powered flyby or O-Birth maneuver.
EVA reports differ by biome.
That's it, it's the EVA, as opposed to the other one. But I was going to read about O-Birth here, if we can, while we're getting to the lowest. Yep, we just passed our lowest point at the moon. Oh, well, wait, then that means you're supposed to be burning, you idiot. Shit. So because there's a contract to complete here. I'm enjoying my beer, is what's going on. SAS, retrograde, and burn. And not quite as much. Watch as the periapse suddenly comes into being. No? No? Yes? No? Boom. We've got an orbit. Let's check that counts. We have orbited the moon, and now we turn around on our prograde and blow right the hell back out. If I went around once, would that... Let's just blow right back out. Boom. So we were in and we were out. And our periapse is there, and our apwaps is way the fuck up there, and then I come out here and drop the periapse from 13.6? Or should I re-grab the moon and get myself into the ideal position for exit? Since you guys are schooling me on O-berths and stuff, if I re-grab the moon, go around it a few times, and then,
You can't buy me hot dog, man.
To Minmus.
To Minmus! We've actually, if Minmus were in the right place, we'd be there. Is that okay? Like, what's the idea? You guys said I could capture it, and then I'd come off with it wouldn't cost me more than 100 DV, so now I go all the way out to my apwaps. We went around again, you could get a gravity break instead of a gravity assist. Okay. Let's do that. I want to try and do it right. We got 500 and some meters per second of delta V. If you guys can explain to me what it is that I need to do, I'll fucking do it. So, back to the retrograde. And we've got the capture. I'll burn down a little bit more, just for safety. So F5 it, and then we'll go round. Let me just drop that, bring you back up, make sure we're not losing electricity or something. Yeah, we probably would have been. Turn SAS off, that's what we want to do. Turn SAS off. Is SAS, I'm time warped? Are you burning I don't know. Turn the SAS off, and warp us around. Where's the moon? There it is. So we're just going out. And then we're coming back. Don't worry. We'll be back. Just a minute. Just a minute from now. So the idea is going to be that we'll go around it. This is my trajectory remains the same, but the moon starts to get in my direction. So now when I burn at my periapse, I'll actually be accelerating. I'll be decelerating relative to Kerbal. Because I'll be burning, more from this side and to that direction. Wow. How long have we been up here? 2 days so far. 2 days. Now this is still if I went around one more time, then this would be more out there. Is that right? Relative? And then we'd get actually the most ideal burn. Does that sound about correct? Not quite all the way around. You want to burn on the moon's prograde side so that you eject out its retrograde. So I could burn right now. But, if I go around it one more time, then all of this will still be here. Does it make a big difference at all, what I do? Should I go once more round is really my question. Should I go once more round the moon? To those of you who know, it's been a while for me. I mean, because he brought snacks. Jeb did. And I think, a picture of the people he loved to look at before he hits the atmosphere like Vale did. He brought those things. Probably. I mean, I don't keep tabs on the guy. It's not like I got security cameras in his room and shower. But I'm guessing. No one has anything to say about that? I'm going around one
I
more
wonder
time.
what Houston does while Porn's doing the missions. I bet he strips for extra cash since Porn only pays in coffee.
It's good coffee, though. And he puts on a hell of a show at the club, too. The club. Okay, this is actually... Wow. Oh, Jesus. Didn't mean to... That's 7 days we've been up here. That's a whoopsie on my part. Bit of a whoopsie. I mean, you move past the periapse so quickly. But no, that was important. He's collecting information, data, research. It's fine. So, yeah, it doesn't really make that big a fucking difference. We will leave from the prograde of the moon by burning about here. And SAS on, find your prograde, and burn us out, Mr. Jebediah, would you please? Okay, now from here, if I continue burning right now, is that the idea? Keep burning at the moon. Well, I've got the gravity assist of the thing, and then when I burn, we drop and 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 drop. Is this, we don't leave it first? Prograde, retrograde, it's all amateur grade here, but we don't, uh-oh, what's going on there? What's that? Am I gonna hit the moon? Is that what I'm doing? What's 0.4, 560, I am sipping through the Delta V and dropping millions of meters for, like, 30 Delta V or something. Is this the power of the O-birth of which I have heard? The Jacob O-birth? Orthbirth? Jacob Orthbirth? You know, is this... We're not getting as big, you know, returns anymore. But... it's a-working. It's... You guys can't fucking see it because it's out there. It's working! Trust me. It probably is happening. Maybe that's a better view there. Alright, so just get her done now. Like, crank it up. Crank it up, crank it in, let me begin, I came to win, challenge me. Should I, at this point, like, just leave and hit the Apoaps and go, or do I keep burning from here? I don't know what's the most efficient, because, I mean, we're not making a lot of change anymore the way that we were. Yeah, now we're not. Now we're actually about to start blowing it forward again, so now I leave.
You have been trained well, Grasshopper.
Is this now I leave and then at the app, or, you know, when I'm out of the moon's orbit, then I do the thing now? Is that what we're doing? Huh? By the way, let's just make sure that I'm not hitting the moon or something. I don't, what's the periapse? 13 kilometers, we're fine. We're fine. Now I leave? Do I leave now? Yep. You don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. Go. It's space sciencing rocketry. Nobody can do, or does. No one can or does do. So from here, back on your retrograde now, actually, Jeb. 42 units, 41 and some units of electrodes in the thing, and we're not burning in exactly the right direction here, but who gives a tits? If it works, it works. Oh, it works so much better burning it from here than it does in... So I wonder what the ideal place is to stop burning from within the SOI of the moon, you know? There's got to be a certain place, and I could tell when we were starting to slow down more than we were in something else. But yeah, this is way more efficient to be outside for this last little push. I think we were about to start blowing at prograde. So, we want to come down at, let's say 33. 33 kilometers. Jeb should be fine, or dead. One of those things should happen. Cool! Look, we're playing the game. We're accomplishing things. That's the moon. We were there. We're leaving it now. Both of these missions should be done if he doesn't die. And he shouldn't, because we've designed the ship to not die. Why? How do I get back to my ship? What about my ship? What about me? Tylo, Bop, Pol, Elu. There we go. That's what I'm looking. That's what I want. Alright, so F5 one more time, and let's warp. Let's warp. That seems very deep in the atmosphere, says Darth Angels. He'll be fine. We got tons of ablator, and we've got, like, tons of fuel. Oh my god, we just saw an eclipse! We just saw an eclipse! Did you see the eclipse? It's a good omen. It's a good... You don't know from omens. That was a good omen. That's why we stayed up for 10 days. We wanted to be observing the natural occurrence. Did I get, like, a milestone for that? Watch an eclipse? No? It is fine. 33 to 38 is good. Especially because we've got fuel in the rocket, and we can burn retrograde as we're coming down. We can use it as a bit of an ablator itself. Wow, look at the Aurora Borealis. Just Borealising. It's doing the thing that it does. But that will slow us considerably. Are you still... No, you're not following your retrograde and time warp. That's fine. Never thought Ronan Pawn as a KSP type of guy, said Exploding Pineapples. Well, this is where I started. This is where it all got started. Actually, it was... No, it was KSP. KSP was where I started my YouTube channel. And then it was Minecraft. And then KSP, I actually got some degree of popular doing KSP. And this is where it all began for your Ronenbaugh. But I've got all this fuel to burn, and I will burn it. We just want to wait until we're starting to see some heating effects or something. When you start to worry about whether or not it's going to explode on you, that's when you want to start burning on your reg. Oh God! This is so about now, but wait it out a little bit. You know, maybe let some heat ticks sort of tick up, because you know you don't want to. You want it at the low. Let's just go ahead and burn that. Let's burn that now. See, it's slowing me down a lot on our descent, which is going to help a lot. Antenna broken. Oh, I should have pulled in the antenna. We lost contact with Jebediah, and we're not sure why exactly. There we go. Threw it out. Jeb, please hold your retrograde the entire way down. And I kicked it off. I did actually kick that off. I did a little, you know, I tapped to the left or something as I hit the space bar to throw that away from us. What is going on? What's hot? What's hot? Huh? We got an ablator here. We got lots of ablator here. SAS off. It was your fault, Jeb. You were holding your retrograde incorrectly, is what was happening there. And so we were getting a little bit of heating effects. It'll be stable without SAS, says Crispy Critter. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. So, bets on whether or not he lands and doesn't die here. We came back in at Kerbal pretty polar, so I don't know where the hell we're landing. Where the hell are we landing? Where are we right now? Well, you'd have to do that to see, wouldn't you? Okay. 28 kilometers. We're going to be landing offshore of... we made it back to, you know, the continent. It was part of the mission profile. That was the plan all along. I'm not making things up. You're making things up. Shut up. It's very dark on the dark side of Kerbal. At night, you know, it's just very, very... not a lot to see here, basically. I'll just put the mouse back here underneath the... Hello from FaxAR! FaxAR! Jesus, we're talking about the old days, and FaxAR pops in. Holy pooples. And Piece of Scabies gifted a sub, and I was completely distracted to Darth Angelus. Is that a thing that happened? Okay, what is it? 19 kilometers. No, we're fine. We're fine. Can I pull this up and just see if there's something that I've missed? Yes. When did that happen? It right over my head. There was a bling. Did I say something about it and I've forgotten? I don't know. There's a lot going on here. I'm sciencing, people. So, are you safe to deploy? It says that you're safe to deploy. Well, then deploy you guys. These are just my drogues. They're not my parachutes. Just my drogues. F5. F5. I do have the brightness up here, too. I hope it's enough. Are we getting, like, a bit of a sunrise or something? Oh, that's nice. That's a good place to have it. You can actually kind of half see something from that angle.
It will be just fine. Dumping the equipment in the early game is always safer to the re-entry.
I'm going to jettison my heat shield. Perfect. Goddamn aerodynamic forces and shit. We're coming down at a nice, slow, safe 130 meters per second. We could have done that parachute mission, but this one was worth more anyway. And, you know, it's a nuisance. Thank you for the cheer, Jermacian. So, yeah, okay. Fizz warp down pawn. We're over water, I think. I mean, I can't see it, but it's probably there. It'll splash. There we go. Those are out at 2 and some kilometers. Let's go ahead and put out the parachute as well. And then that can pop when it pops. Down to 20 meters per second. And the parachute isn't even out yet. We'll fizz warp times 4. We're at 1,700 meters. So this is why you don't use drogues, people. We're going to be here for hours and we're at 4 times time warp. Good God. Anybody know any, like, sea shanties or anything like that? I mean, we could, you know, have another drink, boys, or have one with me. We're home from the sea, yes, we're back on the shore. And if you get too drunk, boys, in his company, you're orange por a rodeo more. He lived on a dockside in Liverpool town. He'd often go down to the thief and the vagabond. Everyone knew him as Dublin O'Shea, who some say he came from Killarney. Have another drink, boys, or have one with me. We're home from the sea.
Cut the shoots.
Cut the shoots! No, we can't cut the shoots. Cut the chutes. We don't need. I didn't know that was a thing. Why would I have ever cut the chutes in Kerbal Space Program? Trust any of these aerodynamic forces. I'm gonna click on another button that I don't need to and find out we're all dead. Jeb, you did it. You made it home. You're gonna be just fine. You brought back all of the things that were needed for us to complete these missions. Make sure we're not warping at all. And we have splashdown of Jebediah Kerman. Did you see Val up there? Let us know. We'll all keep our eye out from now on as part of the ongoing search and rescue mission that we're doing. We're totally doing. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? That's a good one too, Iman. We'll be all right with the wind in our sails. We'll be all right with the wind in our sails. We'll be all right with the wind in our sails, and we'll all hang on behind. What? I don't know that. Is that how that's supposed to? Recover the vessel. It's science. It's overfilling with science. There's no more room for all the science.
Representative. KSP is pleased to announce the successful return of space hero Jebediah Kerman.
Space hero.
Also, we believe Valentina to be located on an island in the Pacific Ocean. We expect to find her in HTE next 22 infinity years.
2022 infinity years. Yeah, 75 science we got. We can actually afford another tier. Hoorah. And we got just a little bit of money back from that. And Jebediah has learned nothing, but he gained an experience point, but it doesn't help him with anything. So I don't know why we even have an experience point system. If it doesn't, you just got to do a thing, and then it doesn't amount any other way. So where's the missions? We transmitted a recur. We did both of them. We did both of my contracts. They're all done. And we're back up in the muns to 163,661 curb and 75.5 science, and my reputation is not a concern of this space agency. Mission control, what's our next mission? Explore the moon, you say? Oh, well. Land on the moon. Land on the moon. That's a thing, isn't it? That's, what if we just had some coffee first or something? So, if I upgraded mission control, then my max active contracts would be 2, and wait, no. I would be able to do flight planning, and that's 150,000 to do it. Okay, so we're not going to do it now, but maybe we will, because I'd love to have some maneuver nodes and things. I don't need them. I could fly blind, but, just for you guys to be able to see what's going on would be good. For you. You had an easy one. Landed at Kerbal. What? For scraps. What? It's a shanty called Roll the Old Chariot Along. Roll the old chariot along. I've never heard. Let's see what we could get. We've got 3 more tiers of things that we could get. I would love to do some tourist missions today, and that would open me up to being able to do some of them their tourist missions. But I kind of need both of them, because if I were to send up a probe to carry those 2, which is kind of what I usually do with tourist missions, why have a pilot? It's just more weight, and also that's a danger to someone we care about. But if I had the inline reaction wheels and the crew cabin, then I could build that ship that's controlled by the Stay Putnik, which would be a bad idea, but I could do it. Power, solar panels. Are there solar panels available yet? Is that no? Not there. Not here. And not here. We don't have solar panels yet, Dramatian. When's that going to kick in, though? Fuel systems, propulsion systems, heavy rockets. It's got to be down here, right? Miniaturization, space exploration, advanced flight control, landing, is it going to be like miniaturization? No. Ooh, I've never seen the Ed monitor. Well, that's when we get there. But when do the panels come in? When do I get solar panels? Were they in there and I just didn't see them? Because I sure the fuck didn't see him, I'll tell you that much. Hello, Evil Downer Balkan. We've just done a completely successful mission where nothing bad happened before that. That's when do we get solar panels? For the love of tits, which everyone is a fan of. I don't see any. I don't see that happening. Or did we already get them, maybe? No? No. Power is at the bottom of the tree. Oh! Oh, you can zoom out, can you? So it's down here, and that's it's a hell of a tier away, is what that is for 90 science. You know, the only way that we're going to get that is if we were to, like, land on the moon or something. And that's probably what we'd have to do. You know what I'm interested in doing for that landing on the moon thing, too? Because there will be so much science that's potentially to be gathered, would be to maybe have that double onion and then use that. We can put 2 people in here, so I could have a pilot and I could bring Bob as our scientist, and he could do... He'd have to be able to get out of the ship in order to, like, restore... These are all thoughts for in a minute. We've been here for another hour-ish, and I think we need another live stream break. To be able to exit the craft, Kerbals can go on EVAs for 150k. So if we didn't get flight assistance, we could actually upgrade the astronaut complex and be able to do EVAs, which is going to be very important for landing on the moon, that they be able to get the fuck out of the ship once they're there. So that's probably what we'll do.
KSC Buildings Science, the Roller KSC Science Collector.
I could be able to afford both of those tiers, couldn't I? I could do. Also, don't forget the LV-909 doesn't produce electricity. Yeah, we'll have to bring extra batteries on that mission since it is a moon landing. Thank you for reminding me, Kenneth. Do that again a little bit later after we come back from live stream break, and then after I've built the ship, because I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need to be told that. To be honest, I feel like you should do Minmus stuff instead. It's just generally easier for early game. Kerbal Space Program is and has always been a poorly designed game, so I can't. It's just gonna be. These are the missions they're offering me, and this is where the money's to be made. And we almost went bankrupt just a minute ago, so I've got to keep, I got to keep playing the way they want me to play. I didn't see like a explore Minmus option. Maybe it's in there though. If it's in there, then maybe we do. But yeah, that is another poor design choice, because Minmus is easier to land. It takes less delta V. It's easier to control your craft in the lower gravity. Yeah. So that's why they send them to the moon first, because reasons. If you go Minmus, you should get a milestone, and they'll start offering you Minmus missions. Oh, I can't. No, that's... They've got to tell me to go there, or else I don't... If it's not a mission, I'm not just going to, like, do things on my own. What is this, creative mode? We're going to take a 7-minute live stream break, and when we come back, you know, no one's going to die, and everything's going to go great. As it has done all day long. Have you read the press release? It was a good one. We'll be back in those minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. You're going to love this song.
you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer's here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit. It's past my bedtime, a season ago. Just a little bit, put out a little bit. When the birds and the insects put on a show. Give up a little bit. As the heat goes up, the cares go down.
Find good things in people.
As the fire gets hot all around the
Tell
town.
them the good things.
Summer's here to stay, but it's not too
Smile
late
and talk to people. That's the first thing.
to feel the need to pollinate.
All day, things have been going better for Joey. Still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around, the sun struts in blinding, but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark and watch the hills blossom near Central Park. And as the heat goes up, the cares go down. As the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to stay, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to go.
We were born to bring it back, but it's more than basic. It's a portion of his rap, but the core is ancient. It's supported like a pack of some more observations are important, like the fact that we're bored of fake shit. More creative, have the floor, so take it. Travel to the tour is a normal placement. Tattoos on my arm and a form of face. Yet I battle with the spot up in my morals vacant. Turns out, don't confuse it with a turn up. Ain't a veggie I can see unless you count the burnt bloods. Burn up, I can do this Ric Flair stuff. You consider stir tough, I can never care enough. Care 11 kind of trouble when we're paired up. Apparently the fair started early, grab a bear stuff. My gears, clutch, and motor are all a rare cut. Basically with blood diamonds, ain't that hard to sell us.
My name ain't Mikey, but yeah, I rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop to just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from Iraq. Electronica, embezzled by hip hop. Here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters, put on their cool shades. And thrifters, keep the money they done paid. And drifters, have nothing to say but mind lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
undeceivable. Shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix. It's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby. Back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at 104, so daddy put your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, ditching. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you've never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We are Kerbaling today in Kerbal Space Program, and they've just suggested that we go and land on the moon, which is a good idea. I like it, but I'm realizing during the live stream break how much our backs are sort of against the wall in a number of different ways. Remember, the LV909 does not make electricity, Pawn. Remember, the LV909 does not make electricity, Pawn. Our back is against the wall in a number of ways because, like, the money that I have right now, due in small part to a failed contract that may have resulted in a contract failing is all that happened. And, not having the money that we need, you know, there's a number of facilities that we'd want to upgrade for this. We want, I don't necessarily need, like, you know, it would be nice to have flight planning, but it would be nicer if they could EVA, but we also have to build a lander, and we are still 30 parts count limited, and that's a $450,000 upgrade. So, yeah. Hard mode. It's hard. Unmanned, only equipment gets lost, says Jermasian. That's actually a really good idea for our first moon landing, and then we come back for really good science and EVAs later. That is Jermasian. That is a really good idea. Who are we bumping off the team next? Next is So Karen. No, nothing. No one's been bumped. Okay, Val got a job offer in the Pacific Ocean Islands, and she left us mid-mission. It's what a turncoat traitor. We were in the middle of a thing. She was the pilot, and she just abandons her post and takes an offer to be a diving instructor. I think is what she. It's a childhood dream. But it doesn't matter. It's no matter to us right now. That's a really good idea, though, Jermasian, because otherwise I would want to, like, farm contracts for a little bit more money before we do Explore the Moon, but we're not going to get, you know, big money from landing on the moon, or from the littler contracts that aren't landing on the moon. Science data from the surface of the moon, along with Explore the Moon, pays pretty good, and we don't have to mess around with any more surveys of Kerbin or testing crap that no one cares about. I think this is what we're doing, and I think, Jermasian, you just, like, solved it for us, because 30 parts count limited, it kind of needs to be a probe, doesn't it? So, Explore the Moon, yes. Science data from surface of the moon, yes. I really should have read the contract there. Explore the moon, land it, return. Not, like, bring a Kerbal along. No cartwheels on the moon, none of those standards. Okay, good. Advance your unmanned tech and do rescue missions. That will get you free personnel, too. Oh, maybe we can find... You know what? That's probably what happened, is she's just waiting for us up in space and has changed her name and hair color, and height, and voice, is probably what happened to Val. We'll probably find her later. We'll probably run into her at a later time. So if we were going to do an unmanned mission, I'm going to have to stick just a whole bunch of, like, batteries on it, because we won't get electric generation until we've got a lot more science than we have right now. But that makes the decision for me in terms of, well, we've already got the probe. We've got the Stay Putnik. It's the worst probe that you can get, but we've got it. And then I would want the reaction wheels for keeping the probe, you know, in the direction that we want. The Stay Putnik won't have SAS. I'll have to steer it all myself. It's going to be hell and awful, but yes, with the reaction wheels for it. Boom. Donezo. Donezo. All right. That's the plan, then. I didn't know what the plan was going to going away to break, and thank you for having the plan. We also have enough money to upgrade one of those things that I wanted, but since we're not doing EVA, don't need that upgrade. Maybe we do upgrade so that I can have tracking and maneuver nodes and things like that. Maybe that's what we do. But for now, we need to build a new craft that starts with the Stayputnik. Sorry? No. New. That's new craft. We're new crafted. So starts with the Stayputnik, he said. Alright, so brand new craft for landing on the moon. Bedtime now, Pawn. Tell Houston he's on press releases now. Well, he's been on them. He just doesn't do the job. We just won't. We'll wait until you're back on shift, and then the public will know what we're doing in the way that we want them to. Each baby represents 5 babies in the UK with COVID-19. What? Where did that come from? Who's having that conversation in chat? So yes, you, and then I have no idea what we're gonna do from there. I'll tell you what we could do. I don't know what we could do. Do we have any, like, structural parts that will gap from the small to the large? Doesn't look like it, does it? We're going to need the inline reaction wheel, though. I know I'm gonna want that, so let's put that on there. And that is the same power as the pods reaction wheels, 5 in each direction, so that's decent, especially since it will be a lot less weight that we're carrying up, at least at the tip of the ship. Give me, what do I want? I want that, apparently. We've only got 30 parts, and we need to build something that goes to the moon. Bear that in mind. Oh, hello, fuel tank adapter. That's good. No, but good. Are you small or big? You've got the number X in you. I've got lots of money to spend right now. I'll just buy into it to find out. Okay, you're that. So we don't have anything to gap this distance, though? They give you the thing, but they don't... You have to buy into that yourself? Is that what they're doing here? Is that what we're seeing? There's no adapters that go from one size to the other? Because that's great. It's good design.
Be sure to add battery.
Yes, battery indeed. I think we're going to want a service bay, and then, you know, a rocket underneath it. But the service bay, and we do want to collect some science, obviously. Don't have to worry about it too much, though. You know, it's not going to be a huge concern of ours. But we do want a service bay. It's going to be a good place to stick our batteries that we're going to need more than a few of. How many do I think I'm comfortable with? Like 3. I think would be a good number. So if I hold Alt, then I can attach to the wherever I want kind of thing. I really hate that they didn't, you know, finish the game at 1.9. So 3 of these is what I'm thinking. And then we'll just offset it to the place that it should have been, but isn't. And is that a decent place for it? I kind of don't want you guys... Let's put you at the core of the ship. We'll just back to back to back to back. Yeah, that looks okay. A little bit out. We'll just like that. Okay. So we've got 3 batteries. Oh, good. They're not even like they don't have upright attachment either in their default state. Can I make that so that it doesn't look stupid? I can make it look less stupid anyway. One tick down. It still looks fucked up. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. You still don't see the babies? These? Maybe because how much babies? Oh, rest in peace, I destroyed chat. Well, it happens, especially when I start building. Everybody's just sort of gritting their teeth and going, no, you idiot. So it'll happen. We're also going to need communications. You have a bandwidth of packet size 3 point... What's the mass tolerance? Where does it tell me how far it goes? You know? Rated for 1 key pressure? I don't. So with the level 1, which is what we've got, have we got level 1 or did we upgrade? 31.6 million meters. It's enough anyway, and you would be the same, and you would be for 100 million meters. I presume this will be fine for the moon until we're on the, you know, dark side of it, and then everything goes to shit. But you know, it's just put that on the back. Actually, we'll put that back here. With snapping. Yeah, just like that. That's, yep, 1.9. you know, it's fine because it's your first day, KSP. It's not like it's been an issue for a good long fucking time and you've done nothing about it. It's fine. It's absolutely all right. Slide you this way. Extend you. I don't need, nope, can't clip. I don't want you clipping. So down a little bit more. It just like there. It's good. It's good by me. And then if we retract you and then close the doors, that's not close the doors. As long as it's not penetrating, then I'm happy with it. All right, open up. Because we do want to shove some science in here as well. We're up to 7 parts, and we haven't even started building the rocket. So we're going to want a barometer. We're going to want a thermometer. See, if I built this on these on the insides, I could have them... Because your weight's going to be... Yeah, I'm actually not going to be able to do that. I'm going to have these somewhere else. Like that. And then you up. If we want to bring a goo container, this is what's going to happen. So you guys up like that. You... So how are you going to do this? Well, I was going to put the heaviest bit, the mystery goo container, in the middle. With snapping. That's with snapping pawn. Oh, yeah, right. And then you like that, and then we grab it like so, drag it. It should actually snap to the middle. Looks like it snapped to the middle, I think. Yeah, and then we'll just move it up a bit. So that it looks like it should have if they bothered designing the game, and then we'll pull this out a little bit to make sure that there's space between all of those components. There is, there would be, there will be, there can be soon. And then the thermometer, we'll just turn the snapping off because it can't, it won't, and it don't stop. Okay, these are very low mass parts, they shouldn't make that big of a difference. The batteries actually will pull us down in that direction as I have configured them now. So I should set them up actually, maybe 3, with snapping. And what we want is more, yeah, I think I want one of them there, so barometer, Jesus Christ. Barometer over here. I want you here, I guess, except for, you know, on the inside. Is it going to make a difference where I place it? Probably. Maybe. Who's to say? So if I place you like that, then we'll have more weight pulling us down to the east, which is the direction of our turn. So that's why I wanted to do that. You, snapping off and just drop you in somewhere. And you as well. No, I didn't want 3 of them. You, and you. Okay, so that's our science bay. Looks okay, is what I say. Eat some hay, think of May. Change the offset so that it's local, so that when I move you in, you move in the direction that I want. I want you penetrating, but I do need this to be able to close and not... And also the batteries don't stick out, because it just makes me feel like I'm cheating. That's close enough for my taste. And... nothing penetrates. Okay, so I think that's our science bay handled. Jesus Christ, it takes a minute, doesn't it? Anyway, what's your plan? Go to the moon, land on it, come back, don't die. It really is that simple. No, nothing else. We're not going to try and get a science junior on the moon on our first trip. We'll take that another day. We want the little Terrier, the LV-909, which I think I've been told does not generate electric charge? Is that what I've been saying? Did I hear that somewhere? You, how much delta V is that in space? That is 2,518 meters per second of delta V in space. How much experience do you got with this game, says Sai? Years and years. And I still don't. It's also been years and years, so I've forgotten a fair bit of it. But also, it's just it's literally rocket science. This is a rocket science simulator. So, you know, you have to know what an O-birth effect... You have to at least know that an O-birth effect exists, even if you don't understand what it is, and then maybe you have a chance. So from Kerbal orbit, we need 860 plus 580, so 1,420, I guess, or 1,400 and something, I guess. 1,440 and then 310, 1400, and what did I say it was? So it's like 1700 to make landing from orbit if we're in orbit and we didn't have to spend anything. So let's say it's about 1900 to land, and then coming off of it is going to be 580 in the, opposite. So now it's 2500 to be able to come off of the moon just back to circularization, and then we got to get back to Kerbal. So what we need in that stage is like 2800 to 3000 delta V in the landing stage to be able to, well, in the transfer and landing stage. We could have its own transfer stage, I suppose. Build this even smaller. But, if we can avoid that, leaving extra shit in space, that would be good. So if I put just a little bit more fuel on here, we'd have 3,168 meters per second of delta V for landing, for transfer, landing, and coming off. And I would be happy with that. We're up to 13 of 30 parts, and that is something that we have to keep in mind as we're building this. For you, in terms of landing legs, we're only going to be able to do 3-sided symmetry, because we just don't have the parts count for it. So those like that, when you're retracted, you're good. That's our lander, I think, right there. I think that's it. Contract requires bringing back science, which is what we're going to do with that. So we actually do need to decouple that and be able to land it. The impact tolerance of the science bay is 14 meters per second. So if we land on the science bay, that should be okay. The question, well, with the ablator, it should be heavy enough on the one side that it will pull down in the correct direction on re-entry. So if we put a ablator on, and this being very low weight, even though we're, no, not force percent, the ablator, I'm going to go 80. That's probably more than we need. I'm going to go 100, and hope that that's good. I'm also going to... I'm gonna do that because it actually shows me that comes off at some point. No, I don't need to do that. Well, no, because you need with the decoupling pawn, or else that's just unnecessary weight that you've put on there. And do you not want to snap closer? There you go. There you go. Okay. So that's our lander. And the delta V at this point is, if I switch these around, 2,664 meters per second. We wanted 3,000, and in adding, what, just the ablator and stuff? If I take the ablator away completely, 2,800, yeah, just the ablator added that much. Shit. Well, I guess that means you're getting another full pot of fuel over here, my friend, because I want to have more than I think I need, and I would like this to both transfer and land on the moon. I think it's just going to be easier with, like, the parts count and stuff. So that's now 3,160 meters per second. Again, we are up to what we want in space. Transfer, lander, and return vessel, all in one package. 3,000 delta V from orbit. We can do it, I think. Did one ever figure out the new trick the 909 can do? What can it do? No, he didn't. He didn't. I don't. What can it do, Ouroboros? What are you talking about? Save yourself some weight bringing all that extra stuff. Can't you just transmit the temperature? I suppose I can, can't I? I can't transmit the goo. Could just leave goo at home. Let's build, and we'll keep that in mind as something that could end up being the thing, because we are running out of parts already. But we have built our lander. Now it's just about getting it up into orbit, and it's only 3.3 tons, so maybe that's a doable thing. We're now at 20 parts count. 2, 3. Give me a little bit more. Give me one less, hopefully. And then the swivel. And we want our delta V readings now to be for at altitude. And we can see that 1,594, we got to make 3,400 to make orbit. And we got 5 parts remaining. What's our TWR, incidentally? 1.48. We could make it even taller. The taller we make it, the less stable it's going to be on the pad. in the air, having a very tall, long ship can actually be helpful.
You can add different looks to the engine by clicking the variations at the bottom of the part info.
Can I? You come off, and... Oh. Well, I like that. I very much like that. Okay, thank you for telling me, because I like that. And our TWR is now the same. Probably, yeah, this shouldn't make any difference. So, TWR of 1.48 in atmosphere, right? Yep, coming up. 1,789 meters per second. We only have 4 parts remaining, which means that I can basically put 2 big old solid fuel boosters on the side, and that's probably what we'll need. And that's it. That's all I could... those are my only options. So let's hope that 2 of these is enough with snapping. Put you here. Put you on there. Are you on there? No, I attached you to the thing. I need you on those. Okay. So, what do we got? We have 1,700 meters per second in the liquid fuel, and we have 1,000 meters per second in the solid boosters. We can afford to spend a little bit from the upper stage, I think, in finishing off the circularization. That would be 2,800 meters per second at delta V, and that is purely at sea level. That's all we're doing right there, so it's not accounting for the fact that things will get easier as we come up. As we come up, let's say to 27 kilometers, then our delta V increases massively. So I think this is actually a viable ship in terms of the fuel, the TWR, and everything. And in fact, we would thrust limit this so that we're not coming off the pad with 2.27 TWR. A TWR of more like 1.7 would be fine. That could fly.
Use bigger tanks to reduce parts count.
Have I not been using the biggest tanks? I didn't use the biggest tanks! I'm a fool. For you, da 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 da. I thought I was using the biggest ones that we had, anyway. Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Not only you and me. 180 degrees. Caught in between. 1, 2, 3. And... okay, now we could actually add in some nose cones that don't cost that much to add and give us better aerodynamics, and it'll help since we got this shit going on up here. I could merge parts through parts and cut out a nose cone. I don't know if it would help with the aerodynamics, but that gives us, we're still under 30 parts, and I think we've got the Delta V to get her done. We're not risking a Kerbal's life to try it anyway. I'll tell you what, another thing that is a wise thing to do if you're sending up a probe, especially without any means of doing any power regeneration, is one, like, lock down the electric charge in the probe itself, and maybe even lock one of your batteries down. I'll just leave the electric charge in the probe itself locked. If I lock you down, does it lock them all down? It does. Yeah. So, yeah, let's not fuck with that, but having a spare electric charge... I don't know if it actually does help, because I don't think you can turn it on once you're out of power. Can you? Yeah. And since I can't, like, recharge them, and I don't have any way to recharge it, doesn't make any sense to lock it down at all. Because if it's off, and you don't have any electricity to turn it on,
Return equipment needed parachute.
Thank you, Jamasian. Good God. I was about to, and then we were going to launch with it. So, we don't have enough room. I can't just wedge one of those on there, and we don't have enough parts count for the 2 of these that is really required for symmetry. But it would not be the first time that I have put a parachute hat on the top.
Hibernation mode when in orbit.
Hibernation mode when we hit orbit? Okay, I don't know how that works, but sure. That it would not be the first time that I've done that. I mean, There's just really nothing that works well for this. Like, it doesn't even look right and that kind of thing. If I did that and that... Oh, yeah, I remember, too. I've done things like that. So if I put them here, and then we do, like, and then, and then that up. Slide it up. It's like, yeah, no, it's aerodynamic. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's aerodynamic as a motherfucker right there. It just makes it look stupid though, and I don't wanna do like that. Like, the best that I could probably do is just throw them away. Definitely make the probe hibernate when you're not doing stuff. The jaunty shoot cap is a nice touch. You think? I hate it. But you think? I could just have one on one side like this, and it would, you know, pull us down in a certain direction, as it did it. But it wouldn't. It would be pulling us in the direction that we want to turn as we're going up, with a little bit of aerodynamic drag and, you know, extra weight. What's the weight of a parachute, by the way? 0.1 tons. It's a significant amount of weight. Are we really that low on available parts? 30 of 30. I could remove something. Probably could find something to take off. I could just not bring the nose cones. They're SRBs. They're gonna burn for a long time. It would be helpful to have them there. I could lose a piece of science. I don't know what I could do, really. Oh, well, this is also 2 of them instead of 1. So there you go, that solves it. But still, I don't know, like, should I bring an extra... You know? Do you know? Do you know? We want the 1 on this side and the 2 on that side. In fact, if we're going to... That's gonna pull us in that direction. Maybe we do the opposite. So, 3 like that. You down to... I'd like you to be attached there, and then when you extend... Do you actually cover the rock? I don't trust you. So, I'm gonna drop you down until I do trust you. Should be like that. Maybe. Should be fine. That's mostly a blader down there, or mostly fairing down there. So that gets us to 29 parts count, and I could put 2 parachutes on either side to at least balance the weight. It's completely excessive considering the size of this thing, but I think it would make me feel a little bit better. Could also... I just hate that it doesn't look good, too, you know? Doesn't merge very nicely. And once we've detached these and are coming down, it's gonna look even... It's gonna look cool, is what it's gonna do, Pawn. It's gonna look really, really cool. You come here. That's as far out as I can pull you. And then I either put you up and over. Hey, there you go. That looks alright. Yeah, that looks alright. I can deal with that. So it's 2 parachutes, relatively unnecessary. We need a stage separately for decoupling. Parachutes are the last stage. Do this again. We can see this. So we fire off our solid rocket boosters with a TWR now of 2.49 because you've got the rocket in the wrong thing. A TWR of 1.68. We've made things a little bit heavier, so I will tip that up just a little bit more for a 1.7 if I can get it. 1.7. And then we would drop that. No. We drop you, and then wow, you have completely screwed the staging up here. So SRBs first, then drop the SRBs, fire up the liquid fuel with a TWR of 1.86. Wow. And this is atmosphere. This is atmospheric, and at sea level. Okay. For 2,230 meters per second of delta V. Did we just make a whole bunch more delta V here by switching those fuel tanks out to the larger size because there's less weight for the tank itself? Is that what just happened? Because we have everything that we need to make orbit in that stage, and I don't actually want to make orbit completely with that stage. So yeah, we're good there, and then 2,800 on this is okay. You know, we wanted 3K, we wanted 3,000, but 2,800, but no, in space, it's 2,800 as well. What's going on here? Okay, you were looking at vacuum. It was lying. Someone was lying to you. So it's 1745 and 1000. So it's 27 to 2800. Closer to 2800, and then with this coming up, we were hoping that we'd make it, and then, yeah. Made a possible Duna lander if it had an extra stage. Did I? The bigger tanks have less redundant support structures, so we picked up a little bit of TWR maybe, or a little bit of Delta V rather. I'm not sure now that I look at them the correct way. This is actually looking like it's going to be tighter than I would like it to be. You know, we don't quite have enough to make orbit, and so we'll end up using some that we've got in the transfer/lander, and then the transfer/lander is going to be really close to what it needs to come home. So there's that. What is Delta V? Change in acceleration. Yeah, it's a way of expressing how much fuel you have to how much weight you have is kind of a easy way of thinking about it. It can also account for like atmosphere and drag and stuff in calculating it, but basically it's, you know, how much power, how much energy can you manufacture to go somewhere from wherever you already are. So change in acceleration literally, and that's a little bit more of an explanation. I think this is our ship one way or the other, and I don't remember, let's see, don't save it. What number are we on? We're on 10. Okay, so 10, let's see, little guy, little proby dude, little there's a ball, there's a ball, there's a it's the pinball wizard. Mark 1. There may be additional marks with this one, because it's gonna be really fucking tight. I mean, if we can land on the moon, not necessarily come back, fine, right? We've done some. They'll give us money for it. We've seen that when we killed. I mean, when one of our employees just quit on us without submitting their tender, without tendering their no 2 weeks. I couldn't remember what words were. But again, checking the staging, fire on the SRBs, and then drop the SRBs, fire on the liquid fuel, then drop the orbital stage and transfers to the transfer stage, and then when we're coming back, we pop you off, and then we hit our parachutes. It's good. It's good. So, Destiny. We're going to save the craft and fuck it launch. Do we fuck it launch the craft? How much crew do we put in to this probe? Fuck it launch. It's a probe. We have money. We can blow some of these up. It may not be aerodynamically stable. We might have trouble with the swivel and the reaction wheels. There's all kinds of things that could go wrong. I'm not going to have SAS. So there's a thing also. It's a nicely short ship. It's, you know, not overlong. There's no SAS. We, engines to full on our first probe. Houston, could you give us a countdown?
Sure, Pawn. Before I do, have you seen, like, my pinball machine?
No. You had a pinball machine?
Yeah, Pawn. I bought it on my own dime and put it in the back of the space plane hangar. You don't seem to use that place, so.
Okay. No, I haven't seen any of it.
Because the whole thing is missing, especially the incredibly large silver ball.
I think you're stretching a premise there, Houston.
I think you're the one stretching the premise there.
Okay, Houston, could you give us the countdown?
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off and away. At a very low TWR, but that was by design, I think. I think I did that. Maybe time your launch for direct descent? Yeah, no. No, oh shit, yep, gotta control the ship, Pawn, especially at the low atmosphere and the low speeds. You don't want to end up toppling, there's no SAS to hold you anywhere, so you gotta steer everything, my friend. Go ahead and, yep. Go ahead and turn us down the ball just a little bit. Don't want to get falling too much, though, because it's easy in a craft like this to start falling in a direction and not be able to stop yourself, and then you made your turn way too early, and you didn't even mean to, and I swear to God, I turned the city lights off in environmental visual enhancements, but they're still there. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's trying to topple. It's trying to topple. Yeah, you see what I'm holding. If you look to my right, this is not at all what I'm telling it to do, but it did that. Now we have control authority, and that worked out great. That is a good launch. That is precisely what we wanted. Uh-huh. Yep, no, we're fine. We're fine. Just like onto the nope, to the 90, to the east. I just want to, I need to fly it a little bit as long as we're wasting the money on this attempted flight. I do need to see what it can do. I think I might have to... We could set it up so that I'm firing the liquid engine at the same time as the SRBs, so that I have some control authority over it that isn't just the reaction wheels. So that's possible. We're at 18 kilometers. If I can get down here and turn out... Periap's at 27. Okay. Halfway through our liquid fuel that was already going to be quite tight, if you'll recall. And, yeah, things just going great. Certainly looks like a craft that's controlled by a guy, in like an RV in Nevada, and he's piloting it from afar and maybe committing some war crimes with an Xbox 360 controller under a military authority. Is that too topical? Is that okay? We just switched to orbital. Oh, we've got a fucking apoapsis. Jesus Christ! I didn't even notice we hit 77 kilometers with that, and we've started to spin. How are we on the electricity? Wow, the reaction wheels are worth shit with all this weight that we're holding. I'm gonna fly this out to see what it can do, because it's hardcore mode, so there's no reverting. There's no reverting. This game stinks, says Nick. I agree. It's a turd. It's a big old turd, is what it is. It let me go way the hell out on our apoapsis and I didn't flatten out at all. It was good. There's an actual ESA rocket launch tonight being streamed from French Guinea at 9:51. The last time they launched one of these Vega rockets, they experienced a very Kerbal-like RUD, so it might be interesting. ESA is amateur compared to the Ronin Pawn. What's an RUD? A rude? Like the physics was rude to them? That is a son of a bitch. I experience that all the time in Kerbal Space Program. So let's see, let's fly this thing as much as we can fly it. Might even leave it in space. Who the fuck, I don't know. Is somebody in charge here? Certainly not me. I'll F5 from here in case the game crashes, but we're not going to... Rapid unscheduled disassembly. Ah, yes. That's... And she's sunbathing off the coast of Tahiti, probably. The Tahiti from the Avengers films, not the island though. So we're coming up on our apoaps. We have 3,312 delta V. No, we have 439 meters per second of delta V remaining after our toppling in atmosphere maneuver. That was a maneuver that I pulled. Just gonna try and make this efficient-ish. Oh, Jesus, it's very difficult to control. I'm going to go to fine controls, actually, now that we're in space. Okay, we're out of fuel in that stage. Fire off to the next. Pull up to try and grab the apoaps and pull it back with us. Oh, yeah, there's no SAS, so that makes flying really easy. Just keep spinning a little bit as we go. Apoaps is at negative 400 kilometers, so that's good. That's what I always wanted. We do have 2,500 meters per second of delta. Okay. We're not in atmosphere or anything. It just drifted a little bit, and even though I'm in fine controls, I'm pretty sure right now, it went on me. My God, did it go on me. In fact, not being in fine controls is easier, because with fine controls, you end up, like, holding it a little bit, and then you hold it just a wee bit too long, don't you? We're getting a periaps now. We're gonna get one very shortly. So I'm gonna start firing at a much slower rate. Periaps coming up. Ourselves a nice circularization. What are we at on the apoaps? 76 kilometers? Okay, well, we got it. 75 and 76. And we have 1,939 meters per second of delta V remaining from low Kerbal orbit. We also have 310...
Right-click the probe
electric
and
charge.
click the pin icon. Just can turn the hibernation mode on.
Okay, so hold this up here so we can keep something on it, and then we put it in hibernation mode. Should I turn on hibernate and warp as well? To auto. That sounds helpful. That sounds helpful, but so now we've got the probe, and I do want to see, like, you know, sunrise. Sunrise will be coming soon. It'd be nice from up here with our first probe. There we go. There's a nice sunrise for us. And while that's happening, I will open you, and I will extend our antenna, because that's going to be important for a probe, to have a functioning antenna. And we'll also put out the landing leg, so I don't have to remember to do that later. Oh, wow. Those are just useless for that engine. That will just smack down. And look at them. This is what they're built for. This is the smallest. This is poorly designed. Have I mentioned that? Look, this is like, in order to get them that low, I had to have them lower to where their blocks of connecting points don't even fucking... They're not on the ship anymore. Poor visual design, poor functional design, poor blictual design, and just poor game design generally. I don't know if I've made my opinion clear yet or not, but that is it. Okay, so in fact, you're up in my grill. I don't need you over there. Let's have you over there. This is nicer. Oh, how pretty that is. So, for going to moon, oh god, it's coming up here. Set as the target. I would like to, before we do this, I'm going to pause because we have 1939 meters per second of delta V. To land on the moon, we will need 860 plus 890. So we need 1700. We need 1800 delta V to land, right? 17 to 1800 delta V to land. And we have 19. We can land it. It can't come home, but we can land it. And that's worth something to us, right? And we can, you know, test if I can actually get it to land. I think it's worth carrying on with this mission and giving it a try and finding out what the other problems with this mission will be. There should be a counter for every time Pawn says poor game design. Isn't there? Dude. Houston, where's the poor game counter?
Where's my pinball machine?
Fair enough. Fair enough. F5. Bring me around the edge of the planet, please. Just to the point where it's time to push on to the moon. Which it is probably now. This is a small craft that... Yeah, we should leave early. So, back to you. No more hibernate. Use your reaction wheels. Why, are we warping? What's going on? What? I can't control the ship. I note that we have limited probe control. Are we not... Does Kerbal not have fucking antennas on all of the places? Oh, Jesus Christ. So this is why we needed to do this, because we don't... Hard mode, apparently you have to be in sight of a tower. We don't have line of sight on the moon when it's time to leave for the... You need to unhibernate to control. I did. I clicked off of hibernation off. Hibernate and warp, auto. We're not warping. Time warp is 0, and I have no control. I do have control. Oh, shit. Okay. Maybe it's just because it was in fine control mode, and I tapped it and it didn't do anything, and it should be really lightweight and ready to go. Alright, well, it's late to go now, but we're going anyway. You know, it's not like we needed every drop of fuel that we had in order to make this mission work. We're leaving for the moon late. What are you gonna do? I think it was that I had it in fine controls. And I'm putting it back in fine controls. Jesus Christ. Am I? Is it? There we go. Hard mode, you don't have the additional ground station, so it might be a line of sight issue. No, it was, because we didn't have, it said not full probe control. Yeah, so it was that issue. It wasn't... I know things. Target at closest approach. It's fine. Periaps at the moon. We will watch as we continue burning the direction that we want to go. Okay, that is, No, that's still a periaps. And that is death. Alright, Looking good. Looking very, very good. So let's put you into... We'll adjust it when we get closer. When it doesn't make as big of a change. Let's put you back into hibernation mode. Because we're going out to the moon with you. F5. You're just fucked then, says Kenneth. It's Kerbal Space Program, alright, isn't it? I think you could lower the gimbal freedom a bit to help with your overactive control. You know what? I don't think I'm going to mess with it, but I get what you're saying. I just don't think I'm going to mess with it, because it's just going to be weirder to control. Maybe we'll see when we get out there, when I actually start doing maneuvers again. But let's go in warp. So I presume hibernation mode isn't like no electric charge drawn, but extremely low electric charge. Is that the idea, or is it just purely like no electric charge? Because I would be fine with if it is no electric charge. I'm not desperate for perfect realism or anything. Or you know, yeah. I'm going to say you definitely need solar panels next. Time to set up a comm network. It is low consumption, so we're at 301 right now. Oh, okay, so let's hold them on and see if the 97.12 goes down to 97.11 as we approach the moon. And then we'll find out firsthand. The moon's over there, apparently. Yes, it is definitely going down with time. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It dropped me time warp, so we must be in the SOI of the moon. We actually came in pretty orbital to the moon for not having a good burn. We are 5,200 and some, so let's stop here and let's raise that just a little bit, because I am going to do this in stages. I mean, you know, a death burn for the moon is the most efficient, but I don't know if you caught the first word in those that I just said, but it does involve a death burn, burning for death. How are we doing for communication? We're good. I need to get on my prograde and just raise this ever just so. So, at the moon, my periaps, 5,283. Okay, 8K is safe at the moon, right? Aren't the highest mountains like 6K or something? Suicide burn. That's not the death burn, but the suicide. Yes, to be suicidal, right? That's fine, isn't it? Like Minmus, you need higher, right? But the moon, I don't remember. If there's a mountain, we'll get out of its way, or we'll just suicide burn. We'll say that we were attempting it. So yep, you come on in then. And let's wait. No. Back into hibernation mode. Save that EC. We're very good on the electric charge so far. And we're not going to take any science from space. We're going to wait until we're landed, which is totally going to happen, and not that we're just going to die. No, sir. We have 1,000 meters per second of delta V remaining. We need to circularize the moon and land it. We do have what we need for both of those things. We do not have what we need to reverse that process, but that's someone else's problem, I'm pretty sure. So what's our... Oh, it would be nice to land on the edge of that crater. Yeah, but it won't happen. Just focus on circularization. Or suicide burn. Fuck it, let's suicide burn, everybody. Let's go for it, right? Sure. Yeah, why not? Well, there's a lot of good reasons why not. I can think of a few anyway. So I'm gonna start burning now. If I can, get to my stop. Go over here. Thank you. If I can find what I need. So stop with the hibernation. Find your retrograde. It's got to be over here somewhere. Ah, there it is. And start the burn. We are burning retrograde. That's I kind of like the other camera. I really at this. There you go. That's the camera that I want. Thanks. Okay, now our periapse is oh, we are definitely descending the moon. We are definitely descending the moon. Wow, that happened really quickly. That has a lot of thrust authority. Okay. 296 meters per second of delta, or with the GOE. That's our speed. And we just need to, real quick land this. I can't believe I burned through 500 meters per second of delta V at full throttle on this tiny little engine. So I kind of underestimated the engine. Don't waste fuel to orbit, right? We just go straight on down. This looks like a good place to land. And I'm gaining speed if I don't keep burning here. That looks like a good place to land, which is probably where we're landing. Pawn, you are go for landing. Okay, we're on our way right now. I'm just gonna burn the speed off. Very, very slow, low, not gonna... Oh, this is a hillside. Okay, no, that's fine. We are designed for a hillside landing. Sure are. Sure are. Okay, start burning hard. Holy shit, Pawn. Did you just land as though you know what you're doing? To some extent? Can't seem to get him to go in the direction I want. Nope. Nope. Alright, you don't. Never mind what I was saying earlier about knowing what you're doing. Where are you? Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. I've lost the ball. Aha! 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 God, this engine is, like, too powerful. Fuck. And I can't read my ball anymore. I don't. Shit! These are my normal maneuvers. Everybody who's seen me fly before knows that this is what it looks like when I land. So there's prograde. Got it. Got it. Now I know where the things are again. Jesus. God, it was so smooth coming in. I was like, yeah, you got this, boy. Uh-huh. 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 No! God damn it, Paul. Why would you do that? Almost there, though. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. God! Alright, that's fine. That is fine. That works. That was always the intended landing method. Because the landing legs were too short for it would have blown up the engine. So, that's, yep. Way I always meant to. That is a landing. That is a landing. Retract the legs. We're good. Hibernate.
Like a pro.
Just killing it. Fucking killing it. No, nobody can do better than that. Dramacian, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer! And I got a pride flower. Alright, that one's cute, I guess.
Ronan on.
Real quick, temp scan, transmit, and hibernate. Well, wait, no, I gotta stand up first, right? I gotta... Oh, you're right. Do the science before with the death that you're gonna do. So temperature scan, log the temperature, and I can do this while I'm hibernated apparently. So log the temperature, collected and recorded temperature from the moon's midlands. Well, we could see through a portion of that's one of our other science experiments being conducted now. Apparently, if you bombard the surface of the moon with X-rays, you can visually clip through where the camera shouldn't be. So we've got that, and then we're going to transmit it, review the data, and we're just going to transmit it. It is only going to take all of my electric data. It's good. Do it. Have we got good communication? We do. Start the transmission. Electric charge. Got it, but it was fine. It was fine.
For this engine, it is sometimes better to thrust limit the engine.
That's apparently so. Thank you, Germasian, for mentioning that. That's something that I would have to do in... Can I do that on the fly? No, that's something that I have to do in... Well, wait, no. Hibernation. Can I thrust limit it? I can thrust limit it on the fly. Yes, that would have been rather helpful. Would it have not? Back into hibernation mode. All right, science data transmitted. So that's one of our contracts complete. Land on the moon is a portion of our contract complete. Bring a vessel that landed on the moon back to the surface of Kerbal to achieve this goal. Well, that's not going to happen today. We have 42 meters per second left of Delta V. Was the transmitted temperature, was that worth as much as if I'd brought it back? It would seem as though it should. Atmospheric pressure scan as well. That is not worth as much transmitted. But, you know, it's science that we didn't have before, and I'm fine with that. Check your contract. I did. It's good. Science data from the surface of the moon. We did that one. Let's transmit the atmospheric pressure scan, too. I mean, this thing's pretty much here for eternity. It's done. Temp is worth more when you bring it back. So is this, apparently. But I have sent it back, nonetheless. We're down to about half of the electric charge that we brought on that. And, I mean, as long as we're here, if we observed the mystery goo, which it seems to be less dense, it would be worth 10.1 to transmit it, and we can get the rest on another day. You know, maybe transmit goo if you have enough juice. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to transmit all this. What? Transmitting will... Yeah, no, that's fine. Spend it. We're here. Use it up. Okay, that's a lot of electric charge, but it's fine. And now, if I dehibernate, the question is, on the surface of the moon, are these reaction wheels strong enough to stand me up? And indeed they are! Boom! But no, just with the, how about, no, what if you just sat upright? Hey! Adrian! I did it! That's how we landed. Nobody saw anything otherwise. That is how it happened. You're welcome. For America. I mean, America. Oh, and there's a rock here. We're sending back incredibly valuable data right now. Is there a, maybe it was a mod that I was playing with once that had like a probe data, just that you just click on the probe and send it, or do different probes have? I don't know. I remember that being a thing though. You could take like a probe crew report, which is weird, but what Karacater said. What did Karacater say? Try to get into a crater or just do science in the air? Doing science in the air, we could absolutely, so if I get you up and pin you, and then I get you up and I pin you, we can take those from just a bit above, right? And it'll be worth something? Because when we were popping, in fact, if I took the landing legs out and put them back in, it makes us jump a little bit. You know, crisscross will make you, oh God, don't hibernate. We'll make you jump. Yeah, let's try and get it. Let's, I've got enough to pop up real quick, so if I up, and then log temperature, I shouldn't transmit that. I shouldn't have transmitted that. Log this and transmit. And we are out of electric charge, which means I no longer have any control over this vessel. So it is now just going to fly itself. It's just going to do what it thinks is a good idea, which is burning out the last of our Delta V and just sliding gently across the surface of the moon. We made the most of that situation. Acknowledge me, thanks, says Pawn Sister. Hello, Pawn Sister. Well, look who came crawling back to KSP. Hello, Pawn Sister. That was a very good use of a very poorly launched ship. It spun around, toppled as we were coming up. We managed to get it here despite that, and we got, like, everything that we could have possibly gotten out of it. Huh? Complete with a loop-loop on ascent, don't forget. Exactly. We killed it. I mean, in a very sort of literal sense there, we killed it. Because it's dead on the moon. There's no electric charge, there's no nothing. Beautiful. Recover! Oh, no, that's not how that works. Good mission. Good mission. Very Ronin Pawnee kind of mission. You know, some flips and jumps and dips and pops and boops and bops while you're trying to land, because that's just what happens on the moon. Min-miss is so much easier. So much easier. And then not enough Delta V to finish the mission. We have 351,000 Kerbins. We have 83.1 science. With a little bit more science, we could buy one of the more expensive 90 tiers off of what we just did there.
A monument to your greatness.
Indeed. Yes, that was my greatness. Huh? And so, yeah, we got the contract completed. What else do you want me to do? Because I'm, I know I still need to come off of the moon, but I'm tired. Is it still temperatures on moon, on Kerbin? Ooh. We could do that on our way back out to the moon, especially if we were to upgrade the VAB so that we can build beyond 30 parts and make a probe that is, has enough Delta V, And then that could go into polar orbit, do a bunch of temperature surveys, and then land, and then come back. Huh? And then there's tourists, 2, 3, test a thing. Okay. That's interesting to me. What would you want here? Spaceflight above. Above is always better than below because you can get anywhere sort of near it. All of those are above as well. We could go polar with a satellite that then, with a probe, put it into a satellite orbit, take those readings, then land, then come home. Boom. Boom, boom. What about boom? Huh? I think we're going to have to do this, though, and we can't afford it, so fuck me. How much, of an advance would you give me if I said that I'd conduct temperature surveys? 37? 37? This one's worth more. And they're all above. I don't care where they are on the moon. This is on the moon, right? Temperature surveys of the moon. I like the mission. I like the idea. I like it. I like the way you think, Chris. What, who? With the, Yeah? Holy crap, Sacriel has 60 emotes. How do you know that? Send a manned vessel to get the data.
Time to take some tourists to space.
Okay, yeah. Tourists to space. You think we do that, and then we get the money that we need in order to upgrade the VAB in order to build a ship that we could actually take to the moon for landing, because we're close now. We only need 100K. So ferry 2 tourists to orbit and orbit. Yes, both of you just want to orbit Kerbin. That's easy enough to do. Suborbital and orbit. Okay. And 3 to flyby of the moon for all 3 of you. Okay. Yes. Dramatian with the cheer. Thank you very much for the money. And for the suggestion, because let's build something that'll take these tourists around and make us some money for us, and then we can be ready to go to the moon in the way that we need to be when we go to the moon. Now that said, if I don't buy this, we could, the next time we go up with a probe, have electric generation if I went around and farmed the Space Center for 7 science. Then we could afford research into a better probe that has its own reaction wheels. Yep, 0.3 though. You still want to put the reaction wheels on. I'll tell you what we need to do. Have you made a science plane yet? No. I haven't even unlocked the plane parts yet. Hard mode. It takes a while. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I've got a plan. Here's the plan. We take a live stream break, and then I come up with a plan. What do you think? What did I do? I didn't mean to, I did something. I didn't mean to, that's okay. Oh, did I accidentally turn infinite cheats on? Oh, shit. No, I didn't. What if we took a 7-minute live stream break? And then I came up with some kind, or you guys come up with a plan and then told me what the plan is when I come back, because that would be easier than me having to think of it. We'll go for another, one more live stream break and one more big mission. Well, we'll see. We'll see, but like another hour of live stream tonight, I think. Do you think? I think. Don't go anywhere. 7 minutes. Pawn, not out. welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBall live stream on twitch.tv/RonanBall. Hello, Round Tabler and Liam Hewitt and Phoenix Within, Cox Kerbin's Toughest Truth News Networks, the supreme leader of leadership, feared by all, loved by all, Pawnolf Drumpf demands the KSC put boots on the moon in 2 missions or less. His supremeness has spoken. I didn't say, well, that's not me either, and nobody should listen to that asshole. Have you seen his hair? Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We are Kerbaling, we are spacing, we are programming today. And Liam Hewitt, quit calling me Rob. I can see and hear is a song about digging a hole. Yes, we dug a hole to, well, we don't know what happened, but we assume that Valentina is currently testing our subterranean spacecraft. We felt the best way was to penetrate at high speed on a steep re-entry. Lots of heat. But she'll be checking in with us sometime just after the public forgets. Make it piss. It's back. I'm back. Hi, Rob. Don't. That's better, actually. I would prefer Rob to Ron. Well, you can call me Rob. Hi, Ronan. It's me. I'm back. Hello, Make It Piss. We are... Okay, so we have a choice that we could make right now. And the choice comes mainly down to science. We've got almost enough science that we could buy into electrics. If we ran around the Space Center and farmed science from here and there, they give you science for being... slightly to the left and slightly to the right. We could get ourselves an easy 7 science. We could get electrics. In fact, I could just put the Science Junior out onto the launch pad and probably get 7 science. So we could do that, and then we would unlock better battery, better probe core, and most importantly, solar panels so that we could, do all of the things. This would help a lot with the moon mission. Alternately, we could buy into general construction, and that would get me nothing that I give a toss about, except for the Mark I crew cabin, which would allow us to do tourist missions, and we could build a craft, probably with a pilot, because it'll just be easier, that will just do orbital missions, and then we could grind those for money, because I would love to be able to upgrade the VAB so that we can build with more than 30 parts for our moon landing, because we just sent one to the moon, and we landed it. We didn't come off so much, was the thing, and a few more parts might help a fair bit with that. So, what do? Do we get the better electrics and better probe, and then we could go to the moon right now and try and land it and come off, and just, with the 30 parts count limitation, or... do we switch gears, fly some tourists around, get the money, upgrade the VAB, and then try to go without the better probe and which I believe has SAS and stuff. Like, I think that one would have. Does it have SAS? Do you have SAS? It's down here, it's lower. They keep zooming in for you because that's so helpful. Do you have SAS? You have no. Do you have SAS? You have stability assist. You do. That would be so helpful in this. I think it's making the decision for me. Is you say science can wait. You could do the surveys with planes as well. Trying to build up another 40-some science, which is what we would have if we got into here. 45 off of 83. And then we got to get up to 90 to get this again on the surface of Kerbin is doable, but it is a grind and a half. I don't want to do it. I think getting the electrics and getting the thing that you can't see. I think getting that is what we do, because it's got the probe, it's got a bigger electric bank, so I've got to spam 3 of them on there. And what the fuck is this? That's some other kind of photovoltaic panel does that sit on its own? When assembled by trained engineers, power several groundbreaking science experiments at a time. Reduced power output caused by allowing Jebediah to just unfold the flippy bit is not covered under the manufacturer's warranty. Needs a deployed central station to operate. I know nothing of that, but like these 3 parts are all very helpful to us. The other tier is just for tourists. I think tourists wait until we go to the moon and come back. Have you already gathered all the science from the KSC objects and buildings? Have not. Not at all. Not at all. You think we could get both? I just hate to grind it in. Hang on.
You don't want that. There are multiple things to work.
What don't I want? What do you mean, Jermaine? Which one don't I want? That's an expansion part. Oh, the expansion part. Thank you, Jermaine. I understand now. Rob, I'm a go, but I might be back. Okay, Liam. An expansion part for stations. Okay. Are we in agreement on doing the electrics tier and going for the moon? Or, you know, do you really want me to build a tourism thing? You want just the regular electric stuff, says Kenneth. That's what I'm on about right now. Moon, says the Light Guy 89. Okay, I think that's where I'm coming from as Fel. As Fel? As Fel. And so how we're going to get that? You need a vehicle to comfortably gather local KSE science, actually. Too grindy otherwise. Yeah. And I've made like a weird roller before. It's a thing you can do. It's definitely a thing you can do. Give me a new craft, because what we're going to do is we're going to put a command pod on top of a Science Junior, and that's it. I don't know if this will be everything that we need, but we'll try it, and just to give him a little bit of, you know, he gets to do something in the program. Bill is just sitting there going, when's it going to be my day? When's it my time load? When's it my time load? When is it my time load? When's it my time load? That's a good take. Alright, so that's it. Just put it out on the pad, and we'll see if the Junior itself pulls in enough science just from there. If not, we can put one out on the runway, maybe, and do the same. I have gotten some science from the runway already, Karakator, but yeah, we've got new science equipment, so probably there's still science to be gathered there. I want you to observe the materials bay.
Your Bill voice, muffled voice.
He's just, oh yeah,
When's it gonna be my time, load?
Yeah. Materials study from the launch pad. Materials show little signs of change, though one of the samples appears to be judging you silently. We are just on the pad there, aren't we? You can't do any, we don't have any other science to be gathered from there. That is not quite enough, but we can do the same on the runway, and then bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. I think that's enough. That was 4, right? So that'll be enough. That's it. Plane parts gets you that crispy, what? You need a vehicle to comfortably gather. Yeah, if I got plane parts, that would be way easier. So we're up to 87 science. We need the same thing out on the runway. Can you launch to either place nowadays? Is that a thing? I swear that was a thing people were talking about. Could I have just launched this craft, the same craft, but, you know, to the runway from the VAB? Do we still have Mr. Bob Kerman? And God damn it. Jeb, you're just like a cockroach. Self-absorbed prick. So this will give us all the science we need, and then we can get the electrical, and I think it's going to be a huge boon to the program to have the better probe for what we're trying to do here. And I can forego some of the parts. I could forego some of the science, even, to make sure that we can build a ship that's capable of coming back with 30 parts or less. Observe materials bay. And that is another 4.5 science for us. It is still judging me silently. That's all I wanted from you. Have a nice day. And we are buying the electrics. That's what we're getting next. How you guys doing? To the people who showed up late, I'm maybe posting a video. I made my own speakers. If you've seen on the YouTubes, they're audio exciters. You put them on the back of you attach them to drop ceiling panel tiles. It's good. It's good. They came out really well. You really got to figure out where to position them for the best sound, but it's really good. We are getting those electrics now. Okay, it's a little anticlimactic, but we got it. Hurrah! We have 2.1 science. We have 351,000, which means we can't upgrade the VAB. We could upgrade mission control. Let's save for the VAB, because I don't want to have to fight like this again. I'm done. I'm done with that. It was fun in the beginning. You know, it's nice to have additional challenges. I'm now done. Dunyan rings over here. So buy me that, and let's open up the last craft that we sent that landed on the moon and build from the Pinball Wizard Mark 1. There was only one mark of the Pinball Wizard. We're going to be changing it substantively, and it's going to be its own craft. So you got what I need. Say this. Give me the Probidyne.
Astronaut complex upgrade.
For the EVAs, but I'm not sending a manned mission to the moon. We just can't. 30 parts, I can't get it done. I cannot get it done. This is going to be much lighter weight, and it has a chance in hell. Small though it may be. So what changes are we going to make otherwise to this craft that is at exactly 30 parts count right now, needs to land the moon and come home? And wouldn't it be nice if we could also do those roundabout? We can't. But you know what happens, and I think what happens is we need to reduce weight. Maybe some of the science just doesn't happen. Maybe we just don't. Like, alright, so first take off the parachutes, open you up. What do we got in here? We now have, well, number one, how much do the batteries weigh on their own? Batteries. You are 0.005. You're going to be 0.01, which means that it's actually less than the weight of 3 of those to replace them with one of you. Excellent. Excellent. That's step numero uno in reducing our weight. So that is reduced weight for us. The science experiments aren't that many, and it would be really nice to bring home some science from landed on the moon. We'll land in a different place when we get there this time. You won't attach because the game sucks, unless I take you off, and then you'll attach because the game sucks. And then, nope, like that. That's the nice way. These things are such low weight, I don't think it's an issue. Oh, God, what have you done, Pawn? Well, I fucked us all. Because the game sucks. Over there. Just drag you to a nice place that's easy to access and it's nice. But this could all still be here, you know? All of that could be here. In fact, ooh, how much of this could I build into here? It's a taller stack than would fit. But if I could fit everything that I needed in here, then I could put aerodynamic nose cone on it, and maybe it wouldn't topple as much when we went up. There's an idea, huh? Isn't there an idea? Alright, so that would mean we want the reroute tool, and we'll reroute to you. And I'm just going to empty this. Well, I'm going to pull that and that out. We'll leave the antenna where it is, but the octo, like, if you'll go in there, and then you'll go in there. Fuck it, I'm putting a nose cone over the top of this. If I attach this to there, maybe it counts as being inside. And then, let's see about the nose cone. Boom. It's a nose cone, it's empty space. I don't feel like I'm cheating to do that. That said, we no longer have space to bring this. We just don't. Like, do we? It really is going to come down to me deciding that yes, we do. And I think this is me deciding yes, we do, because I think it can go like that. Alright, it penetrates a little bit, but we don't need all of the stands there, so if I did like that... Okay. Okay, okay. And I think I will have you over here. Is there enough space for that, or... It doesn't matter if it's aligned perfectly. Just shove it in there, pawn. Bang. And every fucking time with you. Bang. Alright. Like, that's the thing. Now, it's going to want to pull us toward the east because of that slight, you know, difference, but we'll be fine. We got SAS. We've got extra reaction wheels in the Octo itself. We've lowered our weight, I think. So, if that's enough of the things we need, this could actually work. So we are at 27 of 30 parts count right now, and we've got a ship that actually looks like it could do a thing. Let's check in vacuum how much we've got. We've got 3,000 meters per second of delta V in, and it's just underneath chat there. You know what? We're going to fix that right now because it's silly. Give me studio mode. Yes, that's what I wanted. If I click out of it, it doesn't matter if I do it in studio. Just hang on, everybody. I'm going to make an adjustment. The adjustment's going to be to the overlay. I just move you up a little bit. And then I got to move that up a little
Solar panels.
Oh, yes. Solar panels indeed. Shit, that's going to add some weight, isn't it? Can't actually see what this looks like. That's fine. Okay. Studio mode. In the game. Hey! Now you can read this number, at least. It just moved it up a little bit. Solar and an extra fuel tank. Alright, so, solar panel. Probably just one. Solar panel that will be under electric. Buy in. We could have two. How much do you weigh? 0.005. Oh yeah, we'll have two if we've got the space for it. We can just have it on the lander. By the time we're coming back, we should be fine. So yeah, just on the lander for those two. And then, what was the other thing? And an extra fuel tank. That puts us down to... It's still over 3,000 delta V on that. But I am not against the idea of wedging one more fuel tank in here if we can, and still be able to lift this to orbit. So that is now 3,400 delta V. That's going to help us a lot in terms of being able to both transfer to the moon, land on the moon, and come off. Both of those three things. Both of them.
Parachute.
Fuck! We don't need a parachute. It's a probe, right? It'll be fine. Fuck, we need a parachute. Yeah. We don't have... There's nothing that fits. You have to do one. How much do you weigh again? You're 0.1 ton. You are a big weight. How much does the science bit that we put in earlier... Science. How much do you weigh? 0.05 tons. So this... One of these alone... Doesn't quite, but kind of nearly almost could counterbalance that. Why are you... Like, I need you up here. I need you to attach to the side of this. Ah. I see. Which side is that on? No, that's on the... Okay, I was looking at it wrong. Yes, I need you over here. Like that. It's gonna pull us more to that side than the other now. Like, being like that. Basically, I would need to reverse all of this for it to be, you know, weighted the way that we want. So that's what I'm gonna do. We only need one of them, for Christ's sake. Put you over here, you're 0.1 tons. And if I put you over here, you're a half ton, or half of it. You're 0.05, right? 0.05? So then you're there, and then this... Well, actually, all of this on this side would help a little bit. Very, very little bit. In fact, fuck it. I'm just gonna stick you on there, grab the thermometer, stick you on here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. And then... no merging on the outside. Okay. So, nose cone under nose cone chute. That would be good, but we don't have a nose cone of the right size. The nose cone chute that we have is the, small one, and I want this to be aerodynamic. We flipped in as we were going up last time, so I'm doing what I can, if there's anything I can do, to try and mitigate that from happening again. I don't know that there's anything I can do, but wouldn't it be nice? I'll put you there. You look nice there. Okay. So there's a bit of a dolphin tip on this rocket. And we are one part over. So our electric generation is going to have to be just one side, or we lose a part from somewhere else. We should also look at our delta V before I make any more changes. At altitude, we have too low of a TWR coming up, but I can adjust that in the SRBs. Give us more like a 1. Ooh, give me more than 1.7. That's been coming up a little bit slow for me. 1.74 on that for 1,000 meters per second of delta V at sea level. And then we've got 1,600 more, so that's 2,600. It'll probably translate to more like 2,800, 2,900, and then we'll have to spend some of what's in this to finish our circularization, and then it's got to transfer and it's going to come back. Does it have enough for that? Fucked if I know. Fucked if I know. But we really don't have parts count to spare here. It's going to be tight. And it's one of my missions, so you kind of knew that. So we can only afford one of these. I'm going to put it on this side, which should be the side that ends up facing out from the planet. No, it should be on this side, on the dorsal side. Well, and if we're going to have one of these, and the weight of you is the... What was I thinking with that? You're 0.005. You barely count for anything. So I put you there... Yeah. Yeah. I'd be worried about the blue chute burning off during re-entry. Nose cone chute in the hollow nose cone seems safer. No, the blue chute is designed for to be on the exterior during re-entry, so that shouldn't be a problem. It doesn't need to be occluded, because it never is, really. Although it is, you're right that it's below the heat shield there. It does extend below the heat shield, but it's never occluded, Does anybody have like a vouching for that? Because it's never really occluded by that. You didn't really use those landing legs last time. They were important for when we fell over. But you're right, at least, in bringing that up, because I do need to lower these even more unrealistically so that they can be useful once we go to land. Can you just rotate it? I could. Let's see. Snapping. Like that. It's never really occluded. It just never really looks good either. Open you. Can I pull you out? Oh, that's interesting. If you've got the doors open, you can pull it out more than you should be able to. Two? You? No, not you. You. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Another little, buggy, kind of oversighty kind of a thing there. If you're like that, and then we open, it looks fine on the inside. There's nothing on that side of things anyway. I'm okay with that. And honestly, we could have this right up here, and it will be with us all the way down. You could lose the cones on the boosters and add a second chute. That's true. That's true, I could do that. The chute could make the vessel rotate and flip on re-entry, making it explode. It's gonna be small. Gonna be weighted heavily by the ablator. The ablator itself weighs... Well, if I just click on it, does it tell me the weight? It doesn't. The ablator when it's full, and I've removed some from it, but the ablator when it's full weight is 0.3 tons. Let's detach this from here, and then look at the center of mass. It's low, and it is to the right. The lowness of it is good. It should face into the wind the whole time. It shouldn't flip over, because the weight is pulled down here. It is very shifted to the right there, though. Definitely worried about the parachute. I think the occlusion of the chute is important, but I don't have anything to back that up. The drag could flip it, couldn't it? Yeah, but I would need you to be very familiar with the amount of drag that a parachute, creates, because again, they're external objects, and the way that Squad went about that was like, rules don't apply as much for objects that we expect for you to put on the outside and stuff. I don't know if they changed that and did it better. I just what's the other chute option, because I do not consider this an option unless we had a part that we could attach to. Are you suggesting that if I put this on here and then this under there, now my question is, will that chute pop? But I love that. I do enjoy that. And I'm willing to do it because the game doesn't really provide you with a reasonable piece of kit for a parachute on a small craft at any point during the game. The fact that we don't have, a piece that adapts from one size to the other at this point when we've already got probes and SAS, or reaction wheel modules and shit, is I consider it an oversight, not a, well, it's because you need to buy more tiers. That's ridiculous. Could extra solar panel on the side could balance the offset of the chute. We don't have the parts count for it. I'm gonna pull this off, and I'm gonna do the center of mass again. Oh, well, I had it up. We're a little bit leaned in. God damn it, I keep doing this. I rearrange everything to be leaned in the direction that makes the most sense, and then we change the design of the ship, and I have to remove this. Realign it, replace it. In fact, I should make this as low as possible because I want as much weight as I can toward the bottom. And that being the case, even, can I attach you to the bottom instead of the top and get rid of the overlay because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing anymore? Are you attached to the bottom now? No, you're not. Attach to that one. Doesn't want to. Is it I'm grabbing from here? So you come off that, you attach to the bottom. Is that the bottom attach point? Internally? Can't be, right? It's floating. Yeah, that is the bottom attach point. Okay, the fact that it's pay no mind to the fact that it's fucking floating. You to there, you to there. It all fits together. It's all good enough, well enough by my standards. Close it on up. And then, the... No. Off, bitch. Center of mass. It's rather high. Why is it so high? It should be fine. Should be fine. I mean, from the shape and everything, and it should be okay. I'm surprised that it is that high, though. Why is it that high? Surely the heaviest thing in here is not the battery. It could be, actually, the battery. The battery makes very little... it's the parachute is actually apparently very weighty. Maybe the reaction wheels? Jesus Christ, I gotta be a fucking expert in the game just to put this together. So the reaction wheel, you're low, and then if you're the up thing, the uppy-do, and then that's up there, and then you're on here, and then this is on here. It's going to make very little difference, apparently. I am curious, though. Let's find out. You guys got me worried, you know? 0.05 tons. You just been... in the things that you're saying, it's 0.1 tons. 0.05, 0.1. The batteries are... 0.01 tons. And you were 0.05 tons. So the reaction wheel is the heaviest thing, putting it on the bottom. What is the probe itself? 0.1 tons versus 0.05 tons. So no, it did make the most sense to have the octo on the bottom, followed by the reaction wheel. Yeah? Reaction wheel. You to there, you to there. Are you attached to the right thing, though? I think you're on the... You're meant to be on this attachment point, and then you do that. Yes. Fuck me, huh? It's just a probe to the moon. But, you know, this is what it looks like. You know what? This is how you end up doing bad things in Kerbal Space Program. You get to the end of your rope, and you're just like, fuck it, I'm launching it! And that's basically my history with the whole game. Well, I'm gonna go sleep. It's 4 a.m. Yeah, I started this one late, didn't I? So, we fire the SRBs, which have a TWR of 1.74 right now, which is good. Then we fire up the liquid fuel while dropping the SRBs to a TWR of 1.39, which is also just fine for that. That gives us 2,600 meters per second of delta V to get us toward orbit. And then we finish it off with the final stage after dropping the lower, switching over to you. Okay, it's good. Pawn, you were trained by monks to fly rockets? Maybe. You don't know. You don't know what they train there, except for what I told you. And most of my stories are about going out to the bar, you know? I tell the fun ones. After the 10,000 hours of meditation. When we went out. Tore up the town. Oh, 11. This one comes back. Question mark? It could though. It could. What's this? There may be additional marks with this one. No additional marks. Please. It's been a lot. It's been a lot building this one. How long have we been here? You know, I feel like we spent almost another hour just getting to this point, and now we're finally gonna fly it. I'm gonna save it. We're all good though, right? We got electric regeneration on the thing. We got a parachute under the cone. We got things and stuff and guys. And anyway, if it doesn't work out, there's no Kerbal aboard. We're not losing anything except for money. 13,887 of it in particular. More Strats. I don't have them. Haven't unlocked. Yeah, I haven't. Pawn touched the moon, says Renee. That's a better. That is a better title. That is a way better title. Will that chute deploy from under the cone? Your guess is as good as mine. I mean that too. I don't know. I hope, but I don't. I don't know. SAS on. SAS off because you're just draining the electric resources. Throttle to full. And Houston, could you give us a countdown?
Yeah, Pawn. Why is this one gonna fly?
The other one flew. It just did some extra vehicular moves in midair.
Yeah, so is this one also gonna be a ballerina, or is it gonna go straight?
Well, I've been live streaming for like 4 hours now, so I can't improv at this point.
Yeah, me neither. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off and away. And it looks like placing the white weight like I did, just a little bit to the right, is pulling us just ever so... Like, I'm not touching it right now because it's going very nicely. Very, very nicely. I'm going to come down on the throttle for the liquid fuel just a little bit so that when we transfer, we won't, you know, rocket off into the... We don't want to team rocket this. No Pokemon. Okay, I'm going to turn it down just a bit in the direction we want and ask the SAS to hold it there. We are getting up to breaking the sound barrier speed at 300 and some meters per second. And still gaining speed because of the... Those SRBs need more thrust limiting. Boy, do they need more thrust limiting. Oh, no, no. Ah. Now we have electric... now we have nothing. And I can't explain why it pulled so hard as it did. That's a scrubbed flight. Alright, so let's test that whole parachute premise, shall we? I mean, this is a $13,000 parachute test, but it is going to happen. Like, what? We went too fast. So if I thrust limit them more, maybe. Yeah? Maybe? That part of the atmosphere just behaves weird. I think it does as well. But maybe it's just that we went too fast and too low of atmosphere. And if I wouldn't have touched anything at all, because I did start to turn it down, wait until it gets over 12K and then do maneuvers. Victory roll. There you go. Yeah, so I suppose it's worth trying to save some portion of this craft as well. Let's head back toward the Space Center and see if we can't just park it. That would be fucking cool. That would be nifty, Quan, if you could do that. You can't do that, but that would be neat if you could. There you go. Just a little bit. Yep. Nope. Oh man, she is hard to steer. And I've got extra reaction wheels in the probe in addition to the reaction wheels that I put on manually. So yeah. Yeah.
You have the fuel to space exit.
Oh, I'm sure I did. But at this point, I'm mainly concerned with, like, can we save the money off of this craft? So I would rather test the parachute. So that's gonna be an issue. Yes, I can do that. So we will try to land it while testing the parachute is the idea. So I'm gonna lower our throttle and try and take it back to land. I don't know that I have enough liquid fuel at this point. I certainly had the trajectory going for a minute. Not necessarily anymore, but, you know, at one point, kinda. There you go, back on the 270. Oh, okay. No, that's too much. You need to maintain some, though, you silly man. It's better in water, Pawn. That's right. We don't need to land it on land. You were just going to show off, weren't you? Yeah, that was my plan. I wanted to show off. I want to be like, look, see, no problem. We landed it. I mean, most of our expenses are in fuel, so there is that, you know. Not that big of a deal. But we're going to go ahead and deploy the chute over water. Now, it did deploy through the cone, which is nice. I'm going to throttle us down significantly, because I don't want to start going back up. Because that would, like, our parachute would potentially decide that it doesn't need to exist anymore, because we've negated our velocity downward, and that would not be a good. That would be the opposite of a good. That would be more of a, oh, what's it called again? A bad. Liquid fuel remaining in this stage, not a lot. So just throttle down considerably, so that we can boost it once before it slams into the water at 13 meters per second, because we don't want to hit the water that fast. Oh god, you know what? Could you be on the other side? Get away from me. I don't need this in my life. Okay? Okay. None of that survived. Not a lick of that survived. Wow. I could have detached stages and we would have been better off. That was great. At 12 meters per second, it just all went to shit, didn't it? It's fine. It's very fine. We do get to bring the probe core back, and we did test that parachute works, and also apparently we could observe some goo from the water. We never observed goo in the water? Well, give me that good goo. That's what I came here for. Not to go to the moon or anything. Wasn't the point. Good fly. Good fly. Could have staged and just recovered the lander. Yeah, I could have. I absolutely could have. I didn't think at 12 meters per second into water, everything would explode.
Water science.
We got the water science. 2.4 science earned, 4.6 science total, and 5,800 recovered by the... That's not bad on a $13,000 flight. Oh, wait. There's debris. It didn't all explode. Recover. We've got 362. Now 3365. Okay, so that was a couple hundred. Couple hundred more. Couple hundred more. All right, that's good. That's great. It's what I was hoping. I was hoping for that the whole opening time. What was I saying? That was like, one was just about how to fly it. The TWR and the SRBs, we were making over 300 meters per second. We were almost at 400, I think, and they just need to be thrust limited more, so that we're not pushing on that dense atmosphere at these low heights so friggin' hard. So let's go down to 1.5, which is not 1.52 apparently, which is gonna be a very slow takeoff, but let's hope for it. And then I will just, if I can get it, I won't touch it. If it's just going straight up, I'll leave the SAS on. I won't fucking touch the thing. Huh?
Winglets for control.
I don't have any spare parts for that. I could take off the landing legs, but you saw how my landing went on the moon. Cut down thrust on SRB, fire liquid at the same time, and maintain constant thrust by throttling the liquid engine during launch. That is an idea. To have a little bit of liquid authority there. I will fire liquid and SRB at the same time, but I will not have the liquid firing, and then if things start to feel wrong or get out of control, I will have that option. Yes. That's good. That's good. Alright. Let's, overwrite the because we changed almost nothing. So we'll fire both you and you at the same time, but the liquid won't be going. That's the idea. Could swap landing legs for figs to keep stability. Legs are for noobs. Spawn is pro. You said it, so it must be true. I want the landing legs. I want them. It also just makes it seem like it's less of a I'm building a craft that only works in this game, or that only makes sense because this game is this game. SAS on. We're generating power. Throttle to full. Houston, could I get a countdown?
Oh, so it did some flips, did it?
It's been 4 hours, man. Let's just go.
Yeah, you're right. In 3, 2, 1. Wait a second, Pawn.
What?
You said you didn't want the liquid fuel to...
Oh, yes. That is correct, Houston. All right, now. 3, 2... wait. No.
3, 2, 1. Fire!
Okay, okay, good. We're off and away. I'm not gonna fucking touch anything to, like, try and steer the ship. I'm just gonna let it go. It's gonna do its thing. We have no throttle on the liquid fuel right now. If the ship starts to behave weird, bad, then I'll put a little bit of thrust into the liquid fuel to try and get some control authority over it. We are doing 200 meters per second at 2.8 kilometers. That is a better speed, but we are getting really, really fast, and we have a third of this solid rocket booster still left. 5 kilometers at 300 and some meters per second. Not great. Not going to touch a goddamn thing, though. Oh, it's going. Okay. Liquid fuel allowed me to... Gimbal, go. No! Fucking brilliant. How did the SRBs fall away in such a way that they knocked off the fucking engine? How did that happen? That was good. That was good. It worked. It was working. It was working until they destroyed my goddamn it. I'm loving this mission. So next stage, yeah, go ahead and just kill that, and then hey, there's science to be collected. Mystery goo observation. Where? Kerbin's upper atmosphere. All right. Hey, we're collecting science anyway. Now, this should be a craft that we can bring home. It's got a lot of liquid fuel in it that it won't be carrying later. But, you know, balls. I'll put the landing legs out. We'll land it on land, because that'll be fine. No problem there. Just come right back on down to the KSC. I don't see no problem with that. Why would landing on land be an issue, Vaughn? Right? Give me the parachute. Give me the parachute. Pin it. And then I'll be ready to deploy. Pawn is just a voice that Houston... No, he isn't. What? What? You probably don't even think the hair is real. You don't listen to Kenneth. Holy shit. Wait. Okay, now number one, like fire throttle up. Because we're coming in fast. I can't even deploy the chute right now. Oh shit. Deploy chute! We're fine!
Land on the roof of the VAB.
How about the science center? Nothing. We're good. That was my plan too, was to land at the... It didn't happen though. Didn't. This live stream has been much more like a Ronan Pawn Kerbal stream, I think, if I'm honest. That flight was going fucking fine though. It was going fucking fine, is what it was. Right up until everything turned to shit. Right up until, like, I'm not even going to change the ship. We can afford another 13,000 to throw into the fucking wind on this bullshit. We'll just put it back out there, and this time the goddamn SRB won't hit the fucking thing in the other. You know? It'll be great. Because that was horse shit sense non. Wait, no, Pawn. What? I got an idea. You need to, like, thrust limit it even more. You got going too fast still with that. Yeah. Yeah, put me back in the, like, recover the vessel. Don't fire it. We're going to thrust limit this even fucking more. Which means leaving Delta V in the atmosphere. Because you go below 1.5 and it's kind of like, are you planning on going anywhere? But we need it for stability. We can't end up going that fast with these SRBs. They're burning so goddamn long. So, what? No, I didn't tell you to do that, you son of a bitch. At least we aren't killing Kerbals here, right? That's a big part of the planning that went into this ship. SRB down to, give me the goddamn motherfucker, dude. SRB down to, what were we at? That's, what kind of Delta V are you showing me right now? At altitudes, TWR is 2 point, why would it be 2 point, well, because you've got that in the, you need to take that out. It's 1.49 on the TWR, down to almost 1.3. Go down to 1.33. I can't, this is a lot. This is a lot of thrust limiting. Go for low as fuck thrust at launch, like 1.5, 1.4. We were already at 1.5, so yeah, I'm going 1.33, and we'll see. And I'm going to have the liquid engines in there because they did help. They did help when it started to dip down the ball and get out of control. If we can just not go so fast through the lowest atmosphere, maybe. Save it, overwrite it, launch it, get on with our goddamn lives. Kerbals knew what they signed up for, so straight no bull. He's a straight talker. That is no bull. Shit. Alright, that out there, you on, thrust to nothing. Houston, can we have a countdown?
Yes, you can. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Okay, we're off and away, and again, not gonna fucking touch a fucking thing. Not gonna fucking touch the ball until it says that I need to. So, height, speed, how's it gonna work out? You know, once you get the fucking speed going on a long burn like this, it kind of runs away on you, and what are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? So, we're at halfway through the solid fuel. We're at about 2 kilometers with 150 meters per second of speed. I don't want to we're going to get to 300 meters per second before the SRBs are done here. Okay. Okay. Just careful. Come on. You can hold it. Hold it. No. Okay, that's not what I meant to happen. fucking balls shit. Bullshitty balls. Shitty ball shit. You lost a lot of speed. Now I'm just gonna fucking fly it. I don't care. That was the plan from the beginning. You know, we don't need all that speed in Delta V. This is just fucking bullshit with it just tipping down. I can't. What's our apoaps looking like? Yeah, fuck you with we got science. 30 kilometers on the apoaps. Turn down the ball, my friend. Turn down the ball. Goddamn low atmosphere bullshitting shit with the bull in the shit. Put me down. We'll just be really, really efficient with the circularization. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. The flip was planned. You should float that idea to Elon Musk. It's important to scrub a little bit of speed at that particular point in the atmosphere. You know, he already knows it. How do you think he developed SpaceX? You think I didn't have a fucking hand in that? Come on, I'm the Ronin pawn. You think I didn't get a call? Think I wasn't the first one he called? Come on. Come on, let's be realistic around here. So the apoaps is coming up. As long as we get enough liquid fuel to space, that'll be something that we can, you know, one feather in the old cap there. Fire completely laterally to 71 and stop. We have 114 meters per second of Delta V remaining in this stage, which means we're going to be vampire sucking what we have in the other stage, which is going to be great. We should be able to land on the moon and come back no problem. Mystery goo observation from here? No, I think we'll save it for the moon, since we're probably just going to be able to land on the moon again, and then not be able to come home. We can at least get it, maybe we can get it back into orbit. We're doing it in stages, everyone. Stop warping. Stop with the warp. And burn. Burn. You're gonna run out. Switch to the other stage, back out here. Nose up a little bit, because it's a weaker engine. Try and hold the apoaps in front of you. Even if it dips behind, it'll come back. That. So we start out with like 3,100 Delta V. We're down to 3,000 Delta V. Periaps is above 300K. This is a lot better situation than we had before, and we are carrying more liquid fuel, more Delta V. We got a chance. We got a chance on this. Just gonna really work that apoaps, though. Gonna really, you see me dancing with it. Dance, revolution. Alright, apoaps is coming up quick now. I'm gonna drop my speed. Or periaps, rather. Periaps is coming up quick. Periaps now rising. And drop my speed even more. For a nice controlled circularization. We have 2,500 Delta V remaining to get to the moon after flipping on the way up. Does that work? So 86, 5, 13 with 1,700, let's call it 18, 1,900 to land and then come home. That just barely gives us enough to not actually get home. It'll be perfect. It'll be exactly what we were hoping for. But we've proved that this ship could do it. You know, if life didn't suck balls, I don't know. It could still, we might get it done somehow. Almost certainly not. Maybe extend the antenna before we lose transmission, just before we're planned to go to the moon or whatever. I'm gonna fly it. Like, this is the last mission of the day. I'm not gonna set up another one so that it can flip an atmosphere bullshit. No, eat my dick. My dick is here for your consumption. Please feel free to consume my scrotum at your leisure. I am the Ronin Pawn. Welcome to my program. Don't forget when you get to roll, align, and align the solar panel. We are perfectly aligned.
Thrust limit.
Thrust limit, when we get to the moon, how's that? When we get to the moon and we're trying to come down, what's my problem? We don't have communication at this point. That's fine. That is just A-okay. We love it. Listen, we got lots of electric charge in this thing. We can go behind the dark side of the moon. It's no big deal. Not connected. Limited probe control. I'm like right fucking here, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to Kerbal Space Program. Take me around the fucking planet. Get me where I'm going. Alright? We can recharge that electricity when we get back in the sun. And we are, and we did. So tell me that this time we'll be, you know, in view of a fucking radar station. We can communicate. We'll be directly over the KS. We'll be near the KSC. Okay, so get me to my... No fucking control on the goddamn cunting bullshit. Cunting bullshit. We don't have... Alright. Tell me when I've got fucking radar. Tell me when I can communicate. Comms, come back. Come back, comms. Comms communication. There we go. We've got communication, and can I be bothered to wait for the best time to leave? I absolutely can, after this travesty. Oh, I might have meant not. I might have meant I can't. Can you go to black hole? If I installed one, I would fly into it right now. Absolutely. I could mod that. Mod that in. Go ahead and fucking... No. Set it as the target. Focus the goddamn view. I don't know if you noticed or not, but I'm in the middle of a mission. What are we looking at now? You. Oh, Jesus Christ. And you know, Shift-Tab goes back, but it also does shit with, like, Steam, so that's a great fucking control scheme, isn't it? Alright, the moon. We're coming at you, like Cleopatra. Alright, so here's our periapse at the moon. Just gonna pull that down. Am I going over the top for some reason? It looks like you're going over the top. Alright, so 90, 82, 47, 21. And then thrust limit. And then thrust limit this engine. Let's just put it down by 50 to start. Okay, so 50% thrust limiting. And then our moon periapse right there. Hit! That's fine. That is a fine periapse to have at the moon when we come in. So after transfer, we have 1,659 meters per second. That translates to 1,659 meters per second. So we're here, and then we need 310. We need another 900 to land. Another 900 out of the 1,600. This could come back if I flew it well. Then we got to get back off for another 6. If it costs us 900 to land, and it usually costs more than that, because especially the way that I land. But if it costs us 900 to land from here, then we are left with... Let's say it costs us 1,000 to land, and we're left with 659. We can get back into orbit, but we can't come home. If we landed on about 900, then we could get back into orbit around the moon, and we might have enough Delta V to exit the moon's SOI and come home. It's possible. It's unlikely. Do you intend for it to return, says I, Flavio? Yeah, I built it to, if it hadn't have flipped in the fucking atmosphere on the way up, it would have. Clearly, we had the Delta V until we lost, 100 meters per second to doing a goddamn cartwheel in the fucking lower atmosphere. This is a proper throwback stream now. Yeah. Good spawn cursing and, talking about poor game design and shit. I feel like I'm at home again. So Hugh, let's just do like that, and then you'll be in the sun the whole time. In fact, yeah, we'll be fine. It'll work out, or it won't. Antenna is extended, so we should be good for communication as we go out here. We could do all of the science right now, and that would be money. That would be money to make. Oh, we're going to lose the sun for a bit on our journey to the moon, is what it looks like here. Going to lose solar panels. But that's not a huge problem that's going to completely fuck up the entire thing that we're trying to do here. It's just what happens. It's just what... Where's the moon, by the way? It's still way the fuck out there, Pawn. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. There's sun at the moon. On the moon. I just don't want to have to worry about it. I mean, if I have to worry about it, then that's defeats the purpose of putting the solar panel on there, to a certain extent. Okay, we're on our way. Don't forget hibernation. We don't need to hibernate. We got our solar panels into the wind. We got electric charge for days until we don't, which is coming up, like, now. So, what? Down to no warp. Give me fucking control authority over the ship. Make sure that we're faced the sun. It's fine. Cool. Still very valuable for the long dark. Yes, I should have. Okay, we're in the moon's SOI now. I felt the little jump there. I felt us lurch in. Periapse is going to be there. we're gonna be coming, like, right where we landed the last one. We're gonna have to circularize on this side, go around it once, get communication with Kerbal again, and then land somewhere over here. Or we just make a dive bomb for the surface of the moon over here. Or I steer us down into the crater. That's an idea, huh? So, on my nav ball, if I wanted to, because we don't have all of the ticks that we would have here now. I'm going to turn SAS off. I'm going to just... So, if that is toward the moon... Well, that's retrograde. That's toward the sky. This is toward the moon. Let's get out here and figure this out. So, if I wanted to steer us down, then I could twist our trajectory from here. Oh, we do have the angry triangle on the angry triangle. We could do that. Right here, right now. So, moon periaps. Can I twist you down without spending a lot of delta V? Or we don't have a lot to play with here. 57, 56, 55, 54, 53. This is going to cost less than 10 delta V to put us where we could try and land in the crater. Well, it's going to cost about 10 delta V. That will put us right along the edge of the crater. It's going to be kind of hard to set down there, though, Pawn. If you pushed a little bit harder, it'd be easier to not come down on, like, the edge of the crater. Spend 15 dV, or 20 even, just to have a nice landing window. Okay, that's a nice landing window for potentially landing in the crater. Is that a fake moon? It is totally fake. Ronan Pawn, didn't someone make you a new nav ball for KSP? Oh yeah! I forgot about that! That's the thing that I should put in. I should totally put that in. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, we're gonna go directly for landing here because it's the most efficient way to do it, and we don't have a lot of delta V to spend if we want to be able to come off and go home. I think we're almost guaranteed, unless I completely fuck up the landing again. I think we're almost guaranteed getting back to orbit if we can land without exploding. But coming home, that's a whole nother matter. You know, once we're in orbit, can we leave? It's like we'll have 200 to 300 delta V to leave, and like 200 delta V would be ideal. If we do this very, very well, we'll have 200 to 300 delta V. If we don't do it very, very well, then we won't have 200 delta V. And that would be, and then we gotta get home from the moon. So, yeah. Of course, if we don't orbit the moon, if we don't, if we just fly straight off of it on its leading edge as it's going, that's the most efficient way to do that. There's ways, there's possibilities here, is what I'm saying. But we want to try and land on the moon. Now, what do you think? I've thrust limited this to 50% already. Do you think more? I think more. Especially for, when we start getting to landing. I might even thrust limit it additionally. But let's go to 30% thrust limit on that. And might even gimbal limit it. We'll find out, but hopefully that's not a problem. We'll be lowered thrust. The gimbal won't affect us as much. Maybe, I don't know. But I was coming down so smooth. You saw how smooth I was coming down when I was coming down. F5. And I will use the hibernate. Fuck it. I just don't want, after all the work that we've put into it, I don't want to fuck this up. We are really close to this being a potentially doable mission. Possibly it isn't, and I just don't know it. But it seems like we're close anyway. So, let's do some time warp again. I don't want to overshoot where I'm going to need to start slowing down to make this work. Which is, we're not going into that crater, we're going into this one. Oh yeah, we've got science that we could take. Let's wait until we're landed in the crater, hopefully. Oh god, am I going to be out of communication when I'm in that crater? No, you should be fine. You should be fine, but you are going to be fighting the darkness that will be descending on you. But we've got hours and hours before that's a problem. Okay, so let's get on the retrograde. So, 1, out of hibernation. 2, find me the retrograde. and see what 30% thrust does for us. Might just go ahead and turn that back up. So we've got an orbit right now. Yeah, this is fine for now. Just want to look at like what our trajectory is here. I want to not have a periapse at all. And I don't now. And I think I want to start from like there. Now, let's go back to that thrust limiter. Do like that. I don't need you anymore because I am not going to hibernate. Let's make sure the solar panel is in the sun as we do this. No, for the sake of landing, I want the Earth below me and the sky above, actually, is what I want to be happening there. And yeah, we can start burning for descent right now, actually. 490 meters per second, F5ing. You have SAS this time, no need to be worried about it, you got it easy. Oh. Well, thank you for... I'm glad that you have confidence. One of us should have confidence. At least one of us. It'd be great if I could follow my retrograde with this probe, but that ain't happening. I'm gonna burn hard and full. And then have the throttle ready to go, if I need more or less of it. All's good. Crash and burn. No, that's not. Alright, well, yeah, one of us should have no confidence. That's right. We all have our role here today, so Karen. That's... Change the surface reference on the nav ball. By clicking. Yes, you are correct. Okay, we want to keep some of that trajectory because I'm not completely into the crater yet. Oh, I am. But I want the flatter terrain here. Let's extend the gear. And is that going to generate some electricity for me? No? Alright, well, we'll worry about that when we're landed, buddy. I don't want to let it, you know, generate a whole bunch of speed on me as we're falling here, because that negates... The whole concept of a suicide burn is that you burn it all at once. But, you know, we want to live... So that's another concern of mine. So we have almost 200 meters per second that we're going to have to scrub as we come down. And I'm just burning on the retrograde. Love to know my surface altitude. But we don't. We just have to sea level here. And of course the sea level of the moon is... not... It's harder to tell than certain other things, if I'm honest. I would like to come down outside of this little crater, so I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on slowing us down on our lateral. And ease back on the throttle. I think we're safe, we're not going to land there now. Altimeter, hit the blue icon. Very nice, very nice. 1300 at 50 meters per second. Cranking up the engines a little bit more. And I'm pulling down the thrust limiter a bit more. And a bit more. 250 meters to landing. Hitting the throttle. 150 meters to landing. 100 meters to landing. Okay. Slowing. No, no. See now, that's not... I don't want you going up. Okay. Descending at 1.7 meters per second, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8. Landing legs can absolutely take this. 2.1. Cranking up the throttle just a touch. Landing. Touchdown! We have touchdown and landing on the surface of the moon, and we have not enough Delta V to come off the moon. Motherfucker! But we did it. God damn it. God damn it. Orient the solar with a little bit of spin. That is a good point.
Success again.
I should keep failing. Germasian just keeps throwing money at 1,500. You wouldn't have given me that much if I actually succeeded, and thank you for the pride shrug. That was a very appropriate thing for me to get 1,500 bits. Thank you so much, Germasian.
Ronan on.
So I'm doing this so that I can spin to put us into the sun. Thank you, piece of scabies, for the 420 bits. Put you into the sun. And then gear back out. Very nice SAS off. Beautiful. Beautiful. It was a good trip. We did nice things. We only have 509 meters per second of Delta V remaining, and just so you know, that is less than what we need to get back to orbit on the moon. Could we return by just going straight off of the moon? You know? How much Delta V if you just go straight off the moon when it's at full retrograde and you're probably, it's not enough. It's almost certainly not enough. It costs you 800 meters per second to get here. It's going to cost you about 800 meters per second to get home. We can try it anyway, though. Pawn, if you leave it here, you can take those science from the moon contracts really easily. He's now stranded, close enough to a crash. Can anyone say, with specificity, that, like, the actual minimum that you need to return from the moon? If you fly off the moon, like, if we waited to fly when we were, like, right there, and then we came off, and we flew perfect retrograde to the moon's orbit, instead of trying to circularize it, we're just trying to break its SOI. We get out of its SOI by flying straight off of it, let's say 350 meters per second. That's how science works, right? You might be able to eject from Moon's SOI, but I don't think you'll have anywhere near enough to lower your periaps with Kerbal suborbital. F5, F9 can verify that for you, says Kenneth. You know, I'm kind of up for that. We've put so much into it, I'm going to allow me and you one quick revert, just for the sake of guaranteeing that it would never work coming off, which is how maths would work. We're going to do the temperature scan from the, where are we? Moon's east crater. Okay. Take the temperature scan. We will do the mystery goo observation. Seems to be less dense here. Also from the moon's east crater, apparently. That's odd. And then atmospheric pressure scan from the moon. They say insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting a different result. You check the atmospheric pressure again anyways. Yeah, you know, that's actually the definition of, like, science is just doing the same thing multiple times. Being willing to have a different result. But it's fine. Google says 900 minimum, but Google is a liar. It is. It absolutely is. So we're going to prove Google a liar by one F5ing. Actually, one, I'm going to... We're going to turn the thrust limiter all the way up because we don't need that anymore. We're coming off as fast and as hard as we possibly can. And then we're going to hibernate me. Gonna hit F5 there. And then we're going to wait for our ideal moment to leave the Moon, which will be when we still have a signal, but are on the Moon's retrograde perfectly, and we will fly just straight up at the sky. That's the plan. Stan, can I make you understand that a-hole bands have a-hole fans? Bloodhound's the name, and the gang's to blame like Chen and Chin, the Siamese twins. Why, they're a one and the same. The Moon... Does Kerbin's Moon actually rotate to the point where we would be on the retrograde? At some point? Like, does Kerbin's Moon have a slow rotation, or is it meant to be in, equilibrium with the oceans the way that ours is? Yeah, is the Moon tidally locked? Is Kerbin's Moon tidally locked, is what I'm asking. I think it's tidally locked, you bimbo. Okay. Well, we can still do this experiment. There's no problem with it, I just need the sun in the right place. And I just need to, you know, go in the correct direction. Which will be, you know, that way. From off, and we'll be skirting the edge of everything as we go. It'll just be toward the sun, which is, you know, down and to the left. Down and to the left. Is there some way that I could get a better sense of where that's going to be in terms of my orientation? Well, you've got north on the bowl, friend. Okay, so let's try this. If I bowl the gear in, and then I spin us, I stop hibernating, and I spin us, so that north on my ball is north. Okay. Okay. Then we need to come off to the... That's north, that's south, that's west, that's east. We need to come off to the east. So the east, which would be on our 90, right? Doesn't make any sense to me. Like 270 looks like it would be the east from what I'm doing here, but when we usually launch, I'm going toward the 90. Do we start with north for south on... Change to orbital reference. Sure. Well, fuck it. I said I'm willing to revert for this. So we'll go to the 270 because that's the direction that I would expect. Just look to the sun, you're flying toward the sun. It's over there. No, I was right. Okay, east then. Trust the ball. Because there's the sun. So we will be going to the east. Alright. In 3, 2, 1. Tip over. And go. SAS. Okay. Okay. Yep. In fact, right there. Right there. Boom. Killing it. Nailing it. Coming off in exactly the direction that we need to get. In fact, is the sun directly ahead of... Oh, I'm out of liquid fuel. I am out of... But I did fly pretty much directly at the sun. And we made that. So there you go. That's what would have happened in our simulation where we were testing what would have happened. Didn't happen, but it would have if we had done that. Decouple! Oh, I could have had more. Okay, so having come here again and left 2 probes on the surface of the moon and not completed the mission that we have, which is to return to Kerbin from the surface of the moon, we will now transmit a shit ton of science. It's known as a metric shit ton in Kerbal. It's European shit tons. So yes, we will now transmit all of our sciences. In fact, if I just right-click on the thing, we already have all the science collected. If I transmit the data, transmit all. Permanent science station. I'm going to transmit it all. We're not going to have a mystery goo container to do anything with. Maybe you need 3 stages and a small landing stage, and that would be great if we had, you know, the ability to build more than 30 parts. I would absolutely have a lifter stage, an orbital stage, a transfer stage, and then a landing stage. But we don't, there's 30 parts. So no. Transmit everything. It's gonna cost us quite a bit of electricity. Uploading data, 75%. Moon's east crater, more data going. We've got our solar panels directly into the solar winds, and we did it. We sent it all, and we didn't even use up all of our electric resources in doing so. Brilliant, beautiful, lovely, and we do have, you know, a thing here on the moon. It has enough fuel to go and do a thing. Certainly can't fucking leave, apparently. But, you know, it could. It's stuff. So there's that. Yeah. Didn't really need that parachute that we brought under the nose cone, did we? But we've got a thermometer and we've got a barometer on the surface of the moon as we sit here. Landing gear down. Landing gear down for permanent installation. Are you in hibernation mode? Hibernation is off. Hibernation is now on. You can be F5'd. We're leaving you. Thank you for your good work today. You just got us a bunch more science. Do we have enough for the other tier? For the tier for the tourists that I wanted to do, but it was between electrics or tourists. We have 48.2 science. That buys us one more tier. That buys us tourists. Well, I mean, it doesn't buy us, but it buys us this tier, and that's boom. I did it. It's done. And that I did because next time on Kerbal Space Program, Hardcore Pawn, live, we're going to do that. But today I'm done. That was a lot. This was meant to be a permanent installment. Don't look at the last part of the program. That's why we hid the parachute under the nose cone. Nobody can know just by looking at it that it was meant to. It was never meant to come home. Who would even think that? Next time on Kerbal Space Program, we will take 2 tourists and we will stick them up your ass. Up your ass. If I had the timing right, that's how I would have done that. Thanks for coming out. I'm having fun playing Kerbal. I'm actually quite glad that we had a very Ronin Pawn day in Kerbal Space Program. The first day, I was just nailing. I was banging away. Every one of them over the fence, into the parking lot. I'm breaking windshields. I'm getting parking tickets. People are coming to me. I'm getting lawsuits because their kid got hit and his head was still soft as a baby. And now it's brain damage, maybe. We won't know for 20 years. And then, you know, I was just bam. All of them. Mark McGuire over the fence. Lots of steroids involved. And then day 2 looks more like me. Like I used to look. Which is good. I'm having a good time. We will be back with more Kerbal Space Program, and don't forget about Cluster Truck soon. Thank you very much, everybody who came out and watched. Thank you so much to the people who subbed and donated subs and donated bits and stuff. Jermacian, 8,220 bits. When did you sneak that in on me? Wait a second. It was 1,500. I remember that. There was 100 there, 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 100 there. I'm literally counting these. 100 there, 100 there, 100 there, 100 there, and then 1,000, and then 100, and then 100, and then 100. When did you get? How did? Thank you. 8,220 fucking bits. And, you know, piece of scabies as well. Thank you very much. I'm just, you know, Jermacian just dominates the fucking board. And piece of scabies, there you as well. Yep. And then little magnets from 2 hours ago. Seems like a lifetime. Darth Angelus from earlier in this. Thank you for supporting. You know, your name is in the credits. I will remember you always. And I'll see you next time on twitch.tv/RoninPawn, youtube.com/RoninPawn, and so forth and so on. Marketing. Pawn out.